Sacred Symbols is sponsored by BetterHelp. My friends, if you want to live a more empowered life, therapy can get you there. Visit betterhelp.com/symbols today. That's BETTERHELP.com/SYMBOLS to get 10% off your first month of sessions. Again, that's betterhelp.com/symbols for professional, effective, affordable, and convenient therapy that can help you right now. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by the award-winning language learning app Babbel. Right now, get up to 55% off your subscription when you go to babbel.com/sacred. That's BABBEL.com/SACRED. That's babbel.com/sacred for up to 55% off your subscription. Babbel, language for life. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Athletic Greens and their high-quality, mega-healthy AG1 supplement. If you're looking for an easier way to take supplements, Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs of AG1 with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/sacred. That's ATHLETICGREENS.com/SACRED to learn more and make your purchase. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred. Check it out. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 236. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Reagan. Chris, how are you today, my friend? Happy New Year to you.
Yeah, Happy New Year, man. I'm doing good. I just got back from New York. I had a good little New Year's celebration. I had a lot of food. It was awesome. But the journey was amazing. I can't escape. No. JetBlue. Usually totally fine. Totally fine flying from New York to Burbank. But for whatever reason, we pulled into Burbank and they were like, we're approaching the runway. And then they pulled up real quick and they were like, the pilot was like, sorry guys, I couldn't see the runway. We're going to try that again. And I was like,
wow. Okay, so you pulled out of your landing?
Yeah, we pulled out of our landing. It's like, okay, interesting. Because I guess the clouds were like really low. It's pretty rainy over here, which is kind of not usual.
Right.
So I was like, all right, fucking whatever. So we made a big loop around and back. And then we pulled in again. And then the same exact thing, just a jolt up in the plane. I'm like, well, this is crazy.
Damn,
and
dude.
And then they were like, all right, we're going to go to... Sorry about that. We're going to go to Ontario. The weather's too bad. And I was like, Ontario? What's going on? Ontario, California, by the way, is not Canada. But it felt that way because it was like about like an hour and some change away from where I was supposed to be landing. And so we land in this airport and we're just stranded. And then it becomes this kind of Breakfast Club scenario where it's like, it's me, this veteran, this TikTok influencer, and all these people just exchanging how insane this situation is. We're stuck in Ontario for about 5 hours as they're like, we gotta refuel the plane. And then it's like, oh, we gotta wait for the weather to clear up in Burbank. And then it's like, we gotta reset the computer. And then the engineer comes and he's like, we're confident, guys. And then an hour passes. And then they're like, this plane's not going anywhere. That's what they said verbatim. They were like, this plane's not going anywhere. And so they finally just paid for us. They got us all individual lifts home from this random airport in the middle of bumfuck nowhere.
That's awesome.
It was funny. I was just glad I didn't have anything to do that day. You know?
Yeah, I only know Ontario, California, just because when I would fly out of Burbank, that would be one of the random places you could go, and you would just see all these random. They would just go to random spots in the West Coast. It was interesting. I love that airport, by the way. Yeah, it's right across from Insomniac, in case anyone wants to go stalk them. Dustin Furman, executive producer. It's good to see you. Happy New Year to you, my friend. I think you have a turtle on your shirt. Is that right?
I do.
But
Chris, do you see? Can you read what it says through the blur?
No, that's what I was going to say. The blur makes it look like an AT-AT to me.
Oh,
but I assumed it was a turtle. Yeah. So what is going on here?
It's a turtle and it says "Behold, dog" on it. Oh. And that's for the Elden Ring players out there know what that's about. Holly got me this shirt for Christmas and I thought it needed to be debuted, my first time wearing it on Sacred Symbols. But I'm doing real good. I was telling you, Colin, yesterday, because we recorded an episode yesterday. So it's our second show back, but the first Sacred back. This is the big deal, right? So had a really great break. I felt like I actually really got to relax and hang out with family, play a lot of games, just kind of reset. But I had one interesting thing actually happened to me 2 days ago. I went to the eye doctor, and for the last few years, my prescription has remained exactly the same. So I've been expecting that eventually it's going to get slightly worse, right? Well, they're having me read the lines and stuff. And she says, well, your one eye actually is slightly better than last time. You're improving with age. And I thought, I didn't know this was possible.
It is.
What could I have done to make my right eye slightly better? Is it not going out? There's the sunlight. There's a lot of computer screens, though. So there's some kind of healing magic going on.
Nothing ever came of that, though. Remember, like, everyone was like, you got to stay away from your TV. And then I remember being a kid when we had like a 386 or a 46 PC in the house and then TVs. And my mom would be like, you're sitting too close to the TV. And even in my young brain, I'm like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Because we're in front of this computer and you don't care. And I'm this close to it.
Yeah.
But it's funny you say this because I had the same experience. Believe it or not. My prescription was always very weak. -1, -1. One of the weakest prescriptions you can ever get for distance. And over time, it went down to 0.75 and then 0.5 and then 0.25, which is the weakest possible prescription. And your insurance won't, or at least mine, wouldn't even cover it when you started getting that low. So they used to basically spoof it so that I could keep getting glasses, which I used to wear more for aesthetics than anything else. And it would help me see distance too, but I just don't go anywhere, so I don't need to see distance anymore. Apparently this can happen. So what I'm telling you is that I basically, and this is crazy, but I basically have 20/20 eyesight now, which I didn't 10 years ago. And I don't know what the fuck happened with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a lot further to go than you if I want to try to will my way into perfect vision. I think I went from a 4, like a -4 to a 3.75. So we just maybe over 15 years reverse aging or something for my eyes. I don't know.
I think it might be I think glasses could, or contacts can help your eyes improve as well. You're both blind though, right? Without your Chris wears his glasses in the shower, as we've established. So.
Yeah, I'm very blind. I don't know what my prescription is, but it's hilariously low. The thing, I don't know, man. The fact that they determine your prescription based on how well you're reading at just a random point in the day always sat kind of bizarre with me, because I remember specifically there was one point where I was getting an eye exam and I had just so happened to like really hurt my neck that morning, and like I couldn't bend it, like it was like really bad. And then you have to like arch into that binocular thing where they're like, shifting the different lenses, trying to figure out like what's the best for you. And I remember specifically being in so much pain reading that thing that I just sort of like didn't care really. Like I was like kind of blurry. Like, so like, and then they were just like, here's your prescription based on that. And it was still basically accurate. But I have a feeling like I probably could have read that better, like maybe, I don't know, a day later or like even a few hours later, maybe. So like, it's weird to me that that's the metric that they use to determine how to fix your eyes. Because I don't feel like it can't be accurate.
Yeah, the eye doctor's doing all kind of weird stuff. I do this thing now because they used to have to dilate your eyes, which would just ruin the rest of the day.
Yeah.
But you can do this thing now for $30 where they'll stick your face up against this camera and take a picture of the inside of your eyeball. Which is fantastic. That's worth, to not be dilated is worth more than $30 for me. Good.
I was just going to say, I'm sorry to interrupt. It's so funny because it invokes something in me I haven't thought about since I was in San Francisco, and I would get my eyes checked every year. And every year they'd be like, do you want to use, for this much money, we don't have to dilate your eyes and you can use this thing. And every time I'd say no. And then they'd say, because of expediency, we'll use it anyway. So I would just get it for free. Oh. So I learned to just do that. They might not do it at your place, but that's the way. They just basically weren't dilating eyes anymore and basically just lying to you.
It was a dumb thing to do, in fairness.
And the eye poof of air, hate it. Hate it.
I don't like that.
Oh, I hate it. It's the worst. Like, why do you have to do? I feel like that's just them fucking with you.
Yeah,
now we're gonna puff a puff of air in your eye. It's like, okay.
It doesn't feel like it could possibly do anything.
I know. It's like what are you doing?
Like it doesn't feel like I've racked my brain for years trying to figure out like what possible information could they get from that, and I don't know. I don't know of anything else that works that way. It's not like, oh, hold on, we gotta blow air onto your veins. It's like nothing works that way at all, anywhere.
What about the I could see it in my mind's eye the balloon, you know, that like the balloon and you like on the road.
Oh my god, yeah, on the horizon,
like in and out.
Yeah. Oh my god, right.
Most like that would be an amazing. You know what I would love? I would love that if I ever come out with an album. That's the album cover. Is that fucking hot air balloon on the horizon that they make you look at?
Yeah,
the tried and true hot. I'd love to know who designed that and why that's all we could ever see. It's very interesting. All right, well, that's enough of that. Welcome to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, boys. It's good to be here with you. Happy New Year to everyone. That's the only time I'm going to say it. We have to have a cutoff for sure. I think someone wrote in about that, actually. I don't know if I used it, but
I once got Happy New Year in March.
That's insane. Oh, that's insane.
No.
I mean, what?
It's insane. Isn't it?
I don't understand. What have you been in a fucking coma? I don't understand why you're wishing me a Happy New Year in March. So yeah, let's just get out of our systems now. Happy New Year to you and yours. Hope everyone had a good holiday. I'm glad you guys had a restful time. Although, Chris, it sounds like your travails were interesting. It wasn't quite as bad as last year where I wanted to start crying when vacation was over because I basically had no time off because I wrote the role-playing game last winter. This time I had a little more time off, but family demands, man. Like I love my family. I love them very close. I moved here to be around my family. So, let's not get them mixed up, but it's too much. December 22nd, we have an annual cookie competition where everyone makes cookies and then they're voted on. We have like a trophy that gets engraved with the winner's name and everything. So that's cool. But then it's Christmas Eve, the 7 fishes, the Italian tradition, right? Which is the worst day of the year for me because I fucking hate everything. My mom, like I am 5 years old, still makes me chicken cutlets, which I think is hysterical. And then the next day, Christmas. Okay, so I'm like, all right, we're good. But then my dad off the top rope, right? He's like, I'm coming down for 3 days. And he stays with me because I have a room in my house and me and my dad are kind of simpatico where he like doesn't really want to like always be around people and I don't bother him. But I can't be at rest when I have guests.
Yeah,
I just can't. Like it's like my dad wasn't asking me to do anything. He didn't do anything wrong. We went out to dinner one night, but but him just being around, I was like, I can't rest. Yeah. And so
I know
that
exactly what you mean.
Yeah. It was just, so then it's New Year's, and so on and so forth. Then we're just right back. And I was trying to tell my family, it's hard. They're like, you got to take off more time. And I'm like, not for nothing, but I am kind of the product in a major way. I can't, like, I just can't, I can't go anywhere. So for 49 weeks now, I will be working in a row. And it'll be fine. It'll be totally fine. In fact, and everyone knows they can support us on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. Sacred Symbols Plus is one of our perks over there. And I was actually going to ask Dustin to record Crisis Core's PlayStation or Sacred Symbols Plus during the break. And I was like, I can't. I just can't. I can't do this. I can't do this to someone else. But we have a bunch of new episodes over there. We went through the holidays without interruption with all the shows. So we have everything to catch up on. But God of War and Crisis Core both got spoilercasts. The Crisis Core spoilercast will go live tomorrow for when this goes live on Patreon. You and Dustin did a call-in show. I listened to some of that, actually. It was really good. Maddie and I sat down and talked extensively about Trails of Cold Steel, which was cool. We finally ranked the rest of the first-party studios. Sacred League is going. Sacred Sail Saga is going. Your boy Nikki the Fifth wrote into us on Patreon, says, hey, Chads, Colin, Chris, and Soy Boy Dustin. Dudes, I wanted to congratulate you on your awesome spoilercast for Ragnarok, and I was wondering if you could each provide an insight into how you prep for these discussions, i.e. if you know you'll be doing a spoilercast, do you play the game any differently? I know Colin always mentions taking notes, so I was wondering what the process is for Chris and Dustin. Cheers, cuties. Thanks, Nikki, for writing in. He called you a soy boy, Dustin. How do you feel about that? Yeah,
that's what I was saying. It's a little rude, but I feel like Nikki V, he writes in enough. He doesn't mean it with ill intention, so it's okay. But don't do it again.
You mean Nikki the Fifth.
Nikki the Fifth.
Now, I wanted to bring this up because the God of War Ragnarok spoilercast kind of went up at a bad time because everyone was going in a break. So I want to make sure people didn't miss that. But I also wanted to compliment Chris because, Chris, we are getting rave reviews of your performance on that specific podcast. That you were the keystone to a, what was it, like 2.5 hour discussion, your knowledge of mythology and your insights into the game. So how did you prepare for it?
I see that response confuses me deeply because I felt like I was like constantly interrupting myself because I feel like I had a lot of, I think it's one of those situations where I feel like I know a lot about mythology just offhand. I just kind of like remember being like interested in from a long time ago. So a lot of it was just kind of like brushing up on some stuff. Like, oh yeah, I remember this story from a long time ago. Let me like just do like a quick, like a what is it? What's it called? The Cliff Notes or whatever of this thing, just so I could remember certain things. But it's also, I don't know. It's a weird situation when you kind of almost have too much information on a certain thing, and it's difficult to parse through all of that information to get to like a cogent point. So I feel like I was actually floundering that entire time, but I'm glad people enjoyed it.
People loved it.
I had a good time being on it. It was
good.
A fun one.
And you and I will be doing Callisto Protocol soon as well, which we'll talk about in a little while. In some respect, I'm excited to talk about that with you as well. So yeah, good job on that. And Dustin, less good job on it, but still good job on it. How did you prepare? How do you prepare for your spoiler casts?
It really depends on how fresh I am off the game. So usually, like for example, for the Crisis Core, I went and I actually watched 2 or 3 different story recap videos. Even though I played the whole game, especially in a game like Crisis Core where you've got clones of people and all kinds of weird shit, I just want to make sure I'm refreshed on the story before we start. But I don't know, I'm not a big note taker when I play games. So and what's nice too is that with our spoiler cast, obviously you want to come prepared and make sure you've played the game and want to be able to hit your points right. But our audience does a fantastic job doing write-ins that can kind of just guide the conversation along really nicely. So there's some prep, but I also don't want to over prep. You don't want to have I don't want to read out a list of things that I want to get out or something like that. But overall, I'm excited for people to hear the Crisis Core one. We've got a special guest on it too. So
indeed, yeah, Gene's on it. Gene Park's on it.
Okay.
No, he's special, but let's not fill his head and make it seem like we have to, wait until the moment it goes out to let anyone know that he's on. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Well,
we love Gene Park, and it was good to see him. Because he's totally healthy now. He's on the mend. I was joking around with him saying, I wanted to congratulate you on your recovery, but it made you sound like an alcoholic. And then he was hysterical because he's like, well, I was one. I was like, that's perfect. But thank you for all of our collaborators, of course. Yeah, the God of War Ragnarok spoiler cast is live. And by the way, I was going to talk about this in a little while, but since he was on it, an update about Rick Hogue. So Rick Hogue is our friend of the show, personal friend of ours. And he appears on all of our legal stuff. He's our legal analyst, as we call him. And we occasionally have him on for spoiler cast. We did something with Returnal and so on and so forth. So we had him on for God of War Ragnarok, and he's awesome. He does Hogue Law, which is a 100,000 plus subscribed YouTube channel that gets in. I mean, he's got a good thing going on there, plus his private practice. However, late in December, he had a stroke. And this is obviously horrible news and a horrible situation. I've been in contact with his wife, Sharon, since the day it happened. And, we're personal friends, so I'm texting with them or whatever. And she wanted, she's been wanting to update me on everything, and I appreciate that. And I'll keep our conversations private. She has a Twitter account, though. It's Mrs. Hoeglaw, so MRSHOEGLAW, and she's posting constant public updates there that you can read at your leisure. So basically, what ended up happening was Rick had a stroke. He was intubated, and he was I don't know if the terminology is like being in a coma or being whatever induced into that state. But he's come out of it. He is aware. It seems like he's going to be on the mend. So we're hoping for the very best. But I've been talking to Sharon every day, and it's been tough because I think she wants to be able to communicate more with everyone, because Rick is so beloved. And so I told her that I would be sure to bring it up on the show, that we're sending him the most positive energies, and can't wait for his full recovery, and he'll be back on the show as soon as he can be. And I think that's it. Does anyone have anything they want to add?
No, we love you, HOEG. If you end up hearing this, or if someone plays it for you, we really appreciate you, and our audience clearly does too. Just because when the Ragnarok spoiler cast went up, so many comments about you, wishing you well, seeing all that on Twitter as well. So here's the best for a speedy recovery.
Indeed. So again, go follow Mrs. HOEG Law, MRS HOEGLAW on Twitter if you want updates and want to check in on his status. And we'll, of course, keep you updated on this show as well. But yeah, we're wishing Rick the very, very best. Horrible news, but good news that at least he seems to be coming out of the situation. Okay. A few other things to get through here. Merch. LastStandMedia.store. You guys know that. We have a Clips channel on YouTube for Sacred Symbols. Go check that out. Please leave us nice reviews on iTunes, Spotify, and all the rest if you would like. And it's worth noting now that we started a brand new podcast. And
that's right.
It's doing really well. I mean, it's actually becoming the second biggest show in our network, which is surprising. And it's called Constellation, Last Stand Media's conversational podcast. We put up episode 1 for everyone on January 3rd. We ask that you guys subscribe on podcast services if you'd like to receive it there. Of course, you can get it early and ad-free on Patreon in audio and video form, and watch it on YouTube as well. But this is a fun new project we're doing here. And Jordan Baird wrote in, as many did. He said, "Hey, CDC, just wanted to give a quick shout out and say how fantastic the maiden episode of Constellation was. Over the years, Knockback and Sacred Symbols were always elevated by the random conversations and hilarious tangents you found yourselves in. So to go and make a show dedicated to that with revolving guests is a fantastic idea. I look forward to the next episode, and once again goes to show why Last Stand is the best gaming Patreon around. Keep up the great work. And give that chicken a night off, why don't you?" Thank you, Jordan, for writing in. And all the others that wrote in about Constellation, we're proud of it. I'm actually curious, Dustin, how do you feel about how it's doing? Because I actually think it's doing even better than I thought it was. I remember when we were talking before the show launched, I'm like, I think we should prepare ourselves for the show to be substantially bigger than Knockback. But it's doing really well. And like, what's so interesting about it is everyone is the posts are like through the roof about like, this is insane, this is so good, this is so great. And I'm like, dude, this is all this is so easy. Is that all you really want? Because we can do it. Yeah. It's so easy compared. I put so much meticulous preparation into Sacred Symbols and in a Knockback, like so much time. And then with that show, I'm just like, boop, just rolled right in. And everyone's like, this is the best work you've ever done. I'm like, fuck, that sucks. Oh, but it's great. Were you surprised by the reaction?
Yes, I really was, because I knew that there was a desire for a show like this from our audience. And so it was really exciting to be able to just do it. But I was shocked by the amount, like you said, the glowing responses. In fact, it really felt one of the reoccurring things I saw were people saying, finally, like, this is what I've wanted for so long, is this show. Whether that's because we didn't offer it, it is missing from, a long time ago at Kind of Funny when you worked there, Colin. That was something they liked when you did that there. And so to be able, it's satisfying to bring something totally new that people don't know they want. Like, that's a really good feeling. But to be able to just straight up be like, here, this is what you asked for, we're doing it, and then really love it right out the gate was really, really awesome. So it's exciting. I'm excited to see where the show goes, and looks like the change up of guests. You got some interesting folks from the Xbox side maybe being on the next episode. So should be cool.
Yeah, this is my hope. And so for people that don't know, Constellation is our conversational podcast. It's going to be me and Dagan, my brother. So Knockback, the cast of Knockback, but with 2 other guests from our orbit. And we bring topics to the table, like whatever you want to talk about. So each person comes with one thing they want to talk about. And so the first episode was about New Year's resolutions, or why they're no good. The show Ancient Apocalypse, which we talk about constantly on the show for some reason.
In the comments.
Indeed. NASA's Artemis mission, which was something that I wanted to discuss personally. And then Dagan's idea of like, how do you discover hidden talents if you don't have the time or means or measure to go out and pursue them. So yeah, people loved it. Chris, what did you think about doing the show? Because you do with your show, Snark Tank, you do something a little more, it's more of a comedy and current events podcast, I guess, but You do something a little more loose, and it gives great flexibility, not only to the conversation, but I think to the comedy as well. And so I was really quite pleased with the first product.
Yeah. I think like this, it didn't surprise me that it went over well, because I think generally speaking with Sacred and even defining Duke, I mean, there is a level of nicheness to it, despite how big they are. Like if you're a PlayStation person, you might listen to Duke, but you're probably not necessarily going to dedicate as much time to it, and vice versa. And if you're interested in the talent, you might stick around, but generally you might even maybe dip out for the news or something, because a lot of the stuff in the beginning is so talent oriented. So when you have something that has no prerequisite for particular interest or knowledge on a certain subject or knowledge of a certain field or a certain industry, it's going to be a lot more conducive to people kind of being like, oh, what's this? Oh, they're just rambling. People like that.
It's the rambling parts of our show, and it's so funny. Chris, did you see that one of the concerns, though, was that people were like, so does this mean you're going to get rid of the rambling on Sacred Symbols? And I just want to ask, how many minutes are we into the show right now?
Yeah, it's a different type of free flowing ramble. Because on Snark Tank, sometimes we have a list of topics, generally speaking, like we have a list of like news things, and sometimes we don't even get to them because it's just a matter of like, is this conversation that's sprawling out of this one more interesting? If so, then yeah, we're just going to keep hammering this until we get to the question part. And I think it's fun. It's obviously Constellation's a little different, but it's a good flavor. I think it's nice to listen to different personalities just engaging about something that doesn't necessarily require a lot of studying. Like if we talk about the Microsoft acquisition or whatever, you know what I mean? That's a lot of months of like kind of like, okay, we talked about this before, but here's the update. And it's like, oh, well, what happened before? And it's like, it's a whole thing. But I love conversational podcasts. Those are typically my favorite ones, because it lets people improvise and it lets them shine a little bit. It's cool.
Definitely. And I also feel like you get to know just interesting things about people. You really get to know them, like you said, out of the pocket of where you might interact with them or deal with them professionally, personally. Right. Whatever. So I'm so pleased that people are digging it. And
what was that one? I think I saw Dustin like it over the break, where it was like this picture of like what it feels listening to Constellation. It's just this kid eating cereal next to a cutout of other kids hanging out.
Yeah. I know the exact one. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, and it also just not. He's my brother. I'm incredibly biased towards him, obviously, but it really does. Dagan really is some sort of random secret weapon. Like I don't understand, because he's my brother and I'm so used to being around him. He is a great person. But for some reason, it's just like, everyone's like, yes, Dagan, more Dagan. It's like it's the older brother that they always wanted, I guess. And now they have. And what was fun too was seeing Dagan and Chris, although we've seen in person at the shows, do a podcast together. I thought was fun. So
yeah, I hadn't thought about that until we did that episode where it's like, oh yeah, we never did. Like we've only done the shows.
Right. Yeah, the live shows.
Like the live ones.
Right. So anyway, thank you all for your kindness on I was going to say on Starfield, on Constellation. Same thing. Two other things, by the way. I can't draw for shit. And it's so funny seeing Dagan take my awful pictures and make them in the logos. Because I've designed, in quotes, most of our logos, like the arrow pointing backwards, the moon, the stars for Constellation, but it's always these horrifying drawings of me trying to communicate what I want for him and then him trying to interpret it. So I thought he did a great job with that too. And you guys were right on the color scheme. For people that don't know, I wanted the color scheme to be black and white, straight up. And Dustin, I think, and I think I was the only one actually in the entire group that felt that way. And that's why it's purple, because I was like, I cannot possibly, if it was like 7-3 or something like that, or 6-4 or something, then I'd be like, all right, maybe I can like tip it towards my favor, but no one was on board with me. So
I think that, and I think I told you this, that is like the black and white logo on its own looked cool. We got to think about the grand scheme,
right,
where it fits in with our other logos, the background,
Right. Totally.
So.
All right. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by BetterHelp and their high quality and accessible brand of therapy, which you can discover for yourself at betterhelp.com/symbols. As we turn the calendar over into 2023, it's a good time to take stock of our lives, what's working and what isn't, what can be improved and what may just be out of our hands, and so on. And as a believer in therapy, I currently see both a psychologist and a psychiatrist for what it's worth. I know that the best way to fix what ails you is to put your shoulder into your problems and actually get the help you need. If you don't, nothing will change. No one is going to come to you, knock down your door, and beg to help you. Without your initiative, your situation will remain static. We're all burdened by troubles. Issues at work, relationship problems, struggles with family, dependency, sadness, depression, anxiety, loss, you name it. Those are very human experiences that in one way or another we all fall prey to at some point in our lives, and it's vital that once you feel your feelings, which you should, you get off the mat and do something about your situation. You have to be the primary actor, and this is where BetterHelp comes into play. See, my friends at BetterHelp have made high-quality professional mental health care more accessible and affordable than ever. And they can help you right now in talking things out, developing coping mechanisms and strategies, setting boundaries, and so much more. With a healthy mind comes a healthier, happier, and more productive life, one that we all strive for. BetterHelp's brand of therapy is conducted entirely online, via video, audio, or even text. And BetterHelp's qualified professional therapists are happy to work with you on your terms. Flexibility and affordability is the name of the game with BetterHelp. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. My friends, if you want to live a more empowered life, therapy can get you there. Visit betterhelp.com/symbols today. That's BETTERHELP.com/SYMBOLS to get 10% off your first month of sessions. Again, that's betterhelp.com/symbols for professional, effective, affordable, and convenient therapy that can help you right now. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by the award-winning language learning app Babbel, which can help you learn one or more of 14 global languages at babbel.com/sacred. As a professional podcaster and writer, the CEO of a podcast network and the chief creative of an indie studio, I'm forever communicating. But in reality, I'm doing so somewhat more narrowly than I could be because I'm monolingual. And this is after years, literally years, spent in French class as a middle schooler, high schooler, and even in college. So when the language learning app Babbel first sponsored Sacred Symbols several years ago, I was intrigued to see what they offered because I've always been compelled by becoming bilingual. See, when I was in school, and this is probably still true in many places, I learned French from a boring textbook literally written in the 1970s. The next year, I'd get the next boring textbook in the series and so on, all taught by an instructor about as enthusiastic to be in the classroom as I was. That is to say, not very. Messing around with Babbel quickly illustrated to me the myriad ways my linguistic pursuits went wrong and how modernity and technology are fixing past errors. With Babbel, you don't need a textbook. With their app, all you need are 10-minute chunks to absorb their lessons. And if you work hard and are consistent, you'll be able to flex your growing language muscles in weeks. That's because Babbel utilizes a ton of different tools, games, podcasts, videos, stories, and more to keep you engaged. And it's all written, designed, and put forward by more than 150 language experts from around the world, not AI like Babbel's meager competitors. In minutes, I was scratching that dormant French muscle and learning more than I did in days, weeks, and months in my past. You can experience the same for all 14 of those aforementioned languages like Spanish, German, Russian, and even English for you native-speaking strugglers. It's unavoidable. You simply must start your new language learning journey with Babbel. Right now, get up to 55% off your subscription when you go to babbel.com/sacred. That's BABBEL.com/SACRED. That's babbel.com/sacred for up to 55% off your subscription. Babbel, language for life. What else? Is there anything else to talk about here before we can get into what we're talking about? I think we're done here. Oh yeah, I brought up the Texas show, the live show in Texas. We're going to be there in February. It's pretty much, is it like sold out or almost sold? I don't know what's going on with that.
It's pretty dang close. There is some in the I'd say the balcony is over half sold. So,
and there's nothing left on the floor. Yeah.
The floor is totally sold. So if you want to go, buy your ticket now. And here, I saw some people asked me, they said, Dustin, are the seats up in the mezzanine going to be good? The photos I've seen, I would argue look better than some of them on the floor. So that's holding you back.
I would agree.
Don't. But buy them now before you regret and aren't able to buy them.
When I saw the pictures of the mezzanine, I was like, this is, if I was going to see a band there, for instance, it's not really a venue for a band, but if I were to see like 311 there or something, I would be like, I would want to be on the balcony. Totally.
Definitely.
So you can see, better. So yeah, fear not. We are looking forward to seeing you there. We are, what am I flying there? United. Okay. So I think I should be okay. I'm flying United, Richmond to Texas. So no problems, hopefully. With the Southwest thing was crazy. I couldn't believe it. It was so, I couldn't even believe it. I was shocked. They basically shut the company down to like reset it. It's so interesting. That's why when you said you were having problems, I was like, oh man, you were one of the stranded ones, but at least you had a reason. At least you were in the air in some way. Your pilot couldn't land the plane, but at least you got there.
Yeah, it was a skill issue.
Yeah. Someone should have just been like, just stick it. You know, like,
yeah,
you got to like almost encourage him. You can do it. Aren't computers flying these things?
That's kind of what confused me about it. It was like, oh, we can't see the land. We can't see the runway. It's the clouds are too low. I'm like, you rely solely on your eyes? Like, for real? Like, actually? Like,
dude's flying a World War II bomber. It's like, Jesus Christ, this is a commercial airliner.
Like, how do you land at night? If you like, I don't know. Whatever. It's over.
They have those array of lights. It looks like I used to love landing at night just because the lights, you know, when you come into an airport, it looks very futuristic, like you're landing at a spaceport or something.
It does look kind of crazy.
Yeah.
In the daytime, it's a lot more mundane.
Don't ask me to fly a plane. I don't know. I'd be pretty good at it though. I'm inverted, so I have an inherent advantage in flying the airplane because I play games inverted, and you fly planes inverted. So I think I'd be okay. Chris would just drive that thing right into the fucking ground. All right, let's get into the news and items to talk about. A few things from the audience that I wanted to get through. Justin Black wrote in, said, "Happy New Year, Sacred Symbols. My adoration for Sacred Symbols and the crew." He says for SS and the crew. You gotta
chill, man. You gotta be careful.
Has kept me tethered since I started watching in late 2018. Since then, I've loved the show. I wanted to play LSM Historian. I've collected lots of data over the 235 archived episodes to date for Sacred Symbols. This just covers Sacred Symbols and doesn't include Sacred Symbols Plus or Knockback, which I'm working on those shows as well. Here are some of the highlights. Total overall recording time, 603 hours, 17 minutes and 8 seconds, or 25 days, 3 hours, 17 minutes and 8 seconds. By year, 2018, 44 hours, 15 minutes, 57 seconds. 2019, 87 hours. 2020, 116 hours. 2021, 157 hours. 2022, 197 hours.
Oh my God.
What is the shortest episode? Episode 55, Game of the Year 2019 so far. Runtime 53:41. Longest episode, episode 232. Should We Have Connected? One of my favorite titles. Runtime 4:55:51. Fun facts. Colin got up and left mid-episode, leaving his sons to their own devices 8 times. Chris brings up Crash Team Racing as the best kart racer of all time 7 times.
Not
Dustin
enough.
almost skipped or interrupted by the crew 17 times. And he's not even been on the show the whole time. I have lots more interesting data, and I'll continue to drop these gems for each weekly write-in. Whether you use them or not, I appreciate everything you guys do. Justin, that's we appreciate your hard work.
It's crazy.
I don't know what the fuck you're doing, but do it. Do whatever you want. We appreciate it.
That's awesome. I love that. Just seeing the the recording time just skyrocket like that is hysterical.
I didn't intentionally do this to the show. I didn't.
No.
Can I be honest? I'm afraid to even say this because I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea or think that we're going to do it because I don't think we're ever going to do it. But I did have the idea, and I did approach Dustin last year and say, like, if the show is getting too unwieldy, do we do it twice a week? You know, and try to stem it. And I think the argument against it was then we'll just have 2 4-hour episodes a week. You know, and I'm like, yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah.
So we'll just keep it the way it is. But it is hysterical. I love it. The hour. It's totally ratcheting up to ridiculous lengths now. We'll see if we can tamp it down a little bit. Tyler Hook wrote in, said, I've been meaning to ask this for a few weeks now, but has anyone else noticed Dustin pronounces watch as Wutch? Need to know if I'm going crazy or not. Thank you. Dustin, is this a Pennsylvania thing? Western Pennsylvania thing?
I've never had anyone say this to me. I've never heard of this. Like when he says watch, I was watching.
Yeah, there it is.
I was watching.
Watching, yeah.
I mean, I guess I wouldn't. I don't know. Have you noticed this at all?
I don't think so, but here's the thing. I've been what I feel is blessed to have lived in very different places in the United States and to travel to different places around the world. And being in the games industry, I interact with people with all sorts of different accents. So I think that's just plus I come from Long Island where we have the fucking craziest accents, which I've totally gotten rid of. Well, listen to my mom sometime if you want. But I think that's inoculated me to even noticing a lot of different things. That's why I think the Jaguars thing was so strange, because that did tickle me in a weird way. But think of Castlevania. Simon stops time with what?
Watch.
What? Well, it's a stopwatch, but I was trying to see how you were going to say it.
Stopwatch.
I don't think you're saying that's interesting. That's interesting that you say it differently based on. Although I don't know, like I think I'm kind of like in agreement with Colin in the sense that like I feel like I've interacted with so many people that it's almost like my brain does like an auto translate into like, oh, they're saying that weird, but I'm not going to register it because it's pointless because I know what they're saying. Like, Jaguars out of pocket, but like I mean,
I don't even understand. That's
I had a lot of people agree with me on that.
No, I've noticed. So here, Dustin, about that, since there's a team, the Jaguars, the Jacksonville Jaguars, I have noticed since you've done that certain people I've listened to in the NFL sphere say it like that. Jaguars, right? Like they do. So there is something to it.
And there's a few regional things that I hear you guys say. But it's not a big deal. I was thinking, because I read the show notes and I went and made my coffee and I was thinking about this Wutch situation. It's like, well, Colin and Chris say horrible, like HA.
Horrible.
And I say horrible. And it's okay. That's okay. That's a little bit.
Do you say orange?
Orange.
Orange. It's the same
sound. Do I say
orange.
Horrible like that? I feel like I say horrible. Horrible. Now I'm thinking too much about it now. Now I'm thinking too much about it.
There's definitely not.
You know what I have noticed though? I noticed that I don't have a consistent accent with everything. Like sometimes I will say horrible and sometimes I will say horrible. If I'm trying to accentuate certain things, like I'm trying to like if I want people to know it was horrible, I'll be like, that was horrible.
Yeah.
And I'll like accentuate the A. But if I just pass it by in like a random conversation, I'll probably say horrible.
The one my brain's broken. The one that slips out for me is ours in That's very Pittsburghese. It's like, it's a few hours away. I'll say that and I'll be like, oh, like I can feel it in my body. But the question is, do I embrace saying a couple hours away, or I'll be there in an hour? Or do I, try to fix myself? I don't know. I kind of like it when you guys say horrible. I don't, I like that. It kind of just gives it a little flavor, a little seasoning to the show.
Yeah, maybe that's my New York, because people say I say a few words weird. One word that only I say apparently wrong is compass, which people annoys the hell out of people. I just can't say it any other way. It's compass.
It's compass.
Come.
And then, but Micah has pointed out, as she is the greatest studier of Colin Moriarty now, that it's not so much my accent, but the things that I say that are very Long Island or New York. Indignant statements. Like I can't have this conversation right now. Like shit like that. I can't repeat what I just said again. Things right. Like more of that
no
aggro.
Patience.
Right.
Yeah. There's no time.
Right.
Either you get it or you didn't.
Just like, please just leave me alone. She makes fun of me too, because when I went to a doctor, I brought her into the room with me because I want to have like another set of ear. I'm not really listening to anything they're saying to me. Let's just be honest. When I'm in the doctor's office, they're giving me all this information. I'm like, I need like a witness because I'm just kind of just phasing out here. And I got on the scale and they weighed me, and it said I was like 190 pounds or whatever, which is just not. There's no way. And she was hysterical because I was like, I was saying how the scale was broken, and she was like, "That's such a New York thing to say." I'm like, "The scale is broken."
Is it? What are you talking about? That's not a New York thing to say at all. The scale is broken?
No, like complaining about blaming things on like situationally instead of absorbing what was happening to me. Just being like, there's something wrong with the scale. Can we get a new scale in here? Like that kind of thing. Because that's what I said. So
Can we get a new scale in here?
Yeah.
that I hear.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's like, there's no way I believe this scale. Can we get a new scale in here? All right.
All right.
Let's move on. Tight Whitey wrote in. I'm actually curious what you guys think of this. It says, hey, Sacred Boys, what are your thoughts on hand sanitizer? I personally am not a fan, as it dries out the skin and my hands never feel as clean as they do with soap and warm water, but I know some people swear by it and never leave the house without a small container of it. What say you? I'm with you. I fucking hate hand sanitizer. Hate it. What is it? It's like this 20 or 25 years ago, everyone was just like, yes, we're going to start using this now. And it's just this oil that you put in your hands. And it dries my hands out so bad. I can't use it. Soap and water. That's all you need. Soap and water. And by the way, I feel like people are just washing their hands too much, generally speaking. Anyway. Here's an anecdote. Back when I used to record Podcast Beyond, one of my co-hosts was Ryan Clements. A lot of people will remember him. Good guy. And Ryan was what I would describe as a germphobe. He wouldn't sit down on the subway, right? Like he wouldn't touch any of the bars. He constantly washed his hands, all that, which is fine. No one I had ever met in my entire life got sick more than Ryan Clements to this day. No one. I never knew a single person that got sick more than him. We used to make fun of him about it all the time. So I say this because I don't know that we need to be sanitizing at all times. Sometimes you got to let things marinate. You wash your hands a few times a day when you poop, handling food.
Yeah.
Working in the yard.
Basic things.
Chris, hand sanitizer.
I got a little bit of
Dustin, please.
A little pushback, not pushback, because I also agree you shouldn't be, if you're keeping it in your pocket, there's a problem. You don't need it that often. I do keep some in my car though, because after you're done pumping gas and touching something like that, people, they'll touch anything and everywhere and then touch that gas pump. And so it just, that's an easy way that you could spread a sickness. So, after I pump gas, I'll use hand sanitizer. Maybe if I'm in Walmart, not Target, Target's all right. But if I have to go to Walmart for some reason, I'm using hand sanitizer after I leave that place for sure. So, every once in a while I'm okay with, but it does dry your hands out. That is a negative, undeniable.
Yeah. It makes them in the sandpaper. Chris, you have anything you want to add about this topic?
I think I'm mostly in agreement with you guys. I don't use hand sanitizer to the point where my hands are dry. I usually only use it maybe once a day max if I'm leaving. It's usually a car thing. I have hand sanitizer in the car, and if because again, gas or just generally you're kind of out in the world, probably going to be useful to just kind of have that on hand at the very least, especially if you're kind of I eat in my car a lot. So that's a thing. It's just get yourself set up and then you can eat and all that stuff. But I do think generally people are a bit too concerned about this type of thing. But at the same time, you have people who don't sanitize enough. So I don't want to project that message.
Yeah.
Sure. you go to E3 or something and it's just horrible. It's just it smells terrible. And so I don't necessarily want to be I don't want to project the message, hey, don't wash your hands as often. Because if anything, more people probably should.
Yeah, that's true. I haven't been to E3 in years, but at a thing like that, I would just be in and out of the bathroom all day washing my hands. Because in situations like that, when I'd first go to E3, you wouldn't really think about it. Go to an appointment, shake a few hands, leave, catch food on the way home or the way back to the war room, eat the food, type on your computer, whatever. And then you slowly realize you really got to be cognizant in these situations of keeping things on the up and up. But in my own life, I'm not like that, because I don't care if the dogs are all over me. I don't care if I'm touching my fiance. I don't care, whatever the case might be. So I think it's part of that too. Because I just think, sometimes people are, for instance, I'll always wash my hands before I eat out at a restaurant, but I don't always wash my hands before I eat at home.
Right.
I always wash my hands when I pee at a restaurant or somewhere out, but I don't always wash my hands when I pee at home because I'm not even touching myself. I'm washing my hands when I'm in a public bathroom because I'm touching other shit. I barely touch myself when I pee. What am I even washing my hands for?
Yeah.
But if I'm wiping my ass, you have to wash your hands.
Right.
That's just. So I just feel like people. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's just basic etiquette. But to me, it's. You mentioned shaking hands. I've been feeling this way for years, and I think it's finally time to can we just stop that?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. I don't know what the necessity of that is. I don't know how that started. It's very bizarre to me that we just sort of hey, these are the things we used to feel. You want to feel my thing that feels?
I think doesn't it come from showing that you're unarmed? That was where it comes from, right?
Yeah. I don't know, man.
I think so. I think that's why it was first on your arm, like the Romans did. And then
I prefer that, to be honest, than just like the palm to palm contact.
Well, I think that's what it is. I think it was like, for instance, waving, you're opening your hand like this and waving shows like you're unarmed, right?
Yeah,
like this is the kind of etymology. It's not etymology, but the provenance of it.
The visual etymology, I guess.
Here's the thing, Chris. If we get rid of the handshaking, which I'm cool with, we also must get rid of the fist bumping and the like elbow touch thing. Do you remember when people were doing that during COVID? They're like, bump elbows. I'm like, no. I would rather you cough in my mouth with COVID than try to do this elbow thing. Like, it's cringe. We don't need to do this. We don't need to touch that, our elbows together. I'd rather just shake hands. But
it's just an awkward.
Let's just not do it at all.
Like there's nothing about it that's particularly, Yeah, it's bizarre.
No.
There is this need to touch, which I respect in a primal way. It's interesting, but I actually I'm very close to my family. We're together often, and we're Italians are known for the hugging and the kissing. I'm kissing my uncle on his cheek. I'm kissing my aunt on her cheek. I'm kissing my cousin on the cheek, and I think they're starting to understand because I come in sometimes and I'm just like. I literally try to just avoid it by being like, hey, everyone, so no, because it's like a procession.
you actively like push people away.
No, like for instance, I walk in, everyone's in the living room, in the kitchen, everyone's hanging out. I'm like, hey, everyone, good to see everybody. So no one, because otherwise everyone starts getting up. Everyone has to greet you. It's too much. And then you forget who you say. It's a common thing in my family is be like, oh, did I already say goodbye to you? And then give them another kiss.
That's a universal. That's when you're leaving. It's especially if the family's big. That's a universal thing where you'll be like, all right, it's time to say goodbye. And then you make the rounds. You hug goodbye. And then that takes 10 minutes. So by the time you're done, you have to say goodbye to the first person again.
Right. Exactly.
Because it's
insufficient.
And then you're there for hours.
Right. So we have this thing my grandfather used to do, RIP, that I thought was pretty cute. And then we still do it from time to time, which is like, when people are kind of the group of the mass of humans are moving right outside towards the door. Everyone's kind of leaving. And then people start pushing other people's cars out. Like, so when someone's backing out of the driveway, like two other people are just fake pushing the car to be like, all right, time to go kind of thing. Weird little traditions we have in the Moriarty family, I guess. More of a Ruggiero thing, I guess, the Italian side. But what the hell are we talking about here?
Wash your hands.
Yeah, wash your hands. Wash your balls too, please.
Please.
Yeah. And wear deodorant.
Yeah.
And brush your teeth.
What was that trend I saw? Nah, I'm not going to mention that. There are people microwaving their balls or something. I'm not even going to get into it.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you get a small microwave?
No, it's like a heat lamp or something. It's like sun your balls or something. I'm like, what are you?
Oh, that was a similar thing to like people doing that with their vaginas, right?
I don't know, man.
There was a whole movement of like point your vagina to the sun kind of situation and let it absorb the radiative energy.
Whatever.
That's a real thing.
There's too many of it. I'm starting to believe that maybe like all of human intelligence has like a limited bandwidth, and the more of us there is, or the more of us there are, the less of it can be given to each individual. I'm starting to believe that.
Here's my theory, Chris, is that we are way too comfortable, and our human minds that have been developed over eons to come up with really important solutions to big problems, like how to start a fire, how to wheel something, how to write,
how to avoid the bear in that cave.
Right. Exactly. Now we like live in these comfortable lives, and now it's like, all right, now I gotta figure out what I'm going to do with these balls or something because I have nothing else to do.
Oh God.
All right, let's get into the game discussions. I think we're good, right?
Yeah, let's.
Oh, no. One more. Can I do one more? Can I do one more?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Because I want to know your guys' answers to this, because I'm also eager to tell you guys a couple of my embarrassing ones. David Wilson II wrote in. Said, Happy New Year, gents. For anyone wondering, no more Happy New Year's wishes to people after the first week. I knew it was in here somewhere. We have to have a cutoff. I wanted to write in and ask if any of you called objects the wrong things and went years before realizing it. For me, I was 14 or 15 before realizing that a Ouija board wasn't a Luigi board. It makes me wonder if there are still things I get wrong, like Kramer thinking there was a statute of limitations. I hope your holidays were restful, and I'm excited for more Constellation. Thank you for writing in. I wanted to ask this because I have to share two embarrassing ones. Actually, one of them I think is funny, and one of them is embarrassing. So when I was a little kid, probably until my early teens, when you know to watch a show and be like, this show is brought to you by. Yeah. I used to think that they were saying a word or some term I didn't know, brought to you. Like this project, because on Long Island, we don't say brought. We say brought. So when you hear someone saying this, PBS is brought to you by, I'm like, brought to you? Brought? Like, what the fuck? And then finally, I think I saw it on PBS, like written out, and I was like, oh, brought to you by. So that was one of them. And then the other one was the word innuendo. When I first heard my parents using it, I thought it was in your window. And actually used it like that and was completely embarrassed. I think I was in like middle school or something. So those are the two that came to mind. Anything for you, Dustin?
This is another that one of the questions I was thinking about before the show, and I know that there are examples, but I can't think of any right now.
Lame, Chris.
I'm sorry.
See, I'm the opposite, where I know I have no examples of this. I have never had a moment in my life where I had a realization that what I thought I heard wasn't what I heard. And I think most of it is because when I was really, really young, and even still to this day, I watch all my movies, all of them, and all my television, all of it, with subtitles.
Definitely.
All of it. Always.
Isn't that a millennial thing? I've heard that.
Maybe. I don't know.
Why is it that we do that? Because when I started doing that too, and I guess I thought I was alone until you start like reading about how others are doing it and hearing about how others are doing it. I'm not hard of hearing. I just don't like loud TVs. I mean, that's my whole thing.
See, for me, it was just, that was also part of it. Like my parents wouldn't let me have the TV super loud. Like it would be like, if the TV was up one, they would hear it. Like it would be like 10 p.m. and I'd have the volume on one. And then they'd be like, you're supposed to be in bed. And I'm like, okay, I'm sorry. That was, in retrospect, it was probably because those TVs you could just hear from being on because they had that kind of thing. But I don't know. I just, my grandmother always watched TV with subtitles, like a lot of Spanish TV with subtitles. And so like I just sort of like kept that feature on my TV for a long time. And then when I got into the habit of buying my own movies, I just sort of like put the subtitles on because it's like, why wouldn't I want to know what they're saying? It just sort of seemed like a reasonable, and especially like when I started watching movies without subtitles, and then they'd have these scenes where like people are whispering and it's not even remotely fucking clear what anybody's saying, and I'm missing like key information because the sound mixing is shit. Then I'm just like, I'm not gonna, like, why would I ever watch anything without subtitles at this point? Like I do agree. I know that sometimes it undercuts a joke or whatever, or like maybe like spills a big reveal, like maybe like a second before it's supposed to, but like it's not enough of me. It's not enough for me to not have subtitles. And for that reason alone, I learned things like innuendo and all of these like very specific, like weird kind of like compilations of words. And I would just like look them up, or I wouldn't. And I would just know that they were somewhere. It's like, I don't know what that means, but I guess I'll figure that out at some point. But I've never had that realization ever, or at least maybe not yet. Maybe there's something.
What'd you say?
Maybe not yet. Maybe there's something that I've been saying wrong this whole time, but no one's ever caught it. But I've never noticed.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Just sneeze right into my sweatshirt. That's pretty cool.
I don't have the authority to do that, but like,
Fair enough. All right. We're done now. We can talk about video games now.
So what was that comment earlier about like the rambling? Are we going to cut the rambling?
And for those that were worried, because there are a lot of people that are listening to Constellation and they're like, are we gonna? Is Sacred Symbols gonna be like this shorter thing now? And I'm like, no, I don't think so. It's gonna just be the same exact thing, probably even worse. Better or worse? I'm taking this thing off. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Athletic Greens and their high-quality, mega-healthy AG1 supplement, which you can begin drinking daily by heading to athleticgreens.com/sacred. I'm loath to call myself a health nut because that's not particularly true. After all, I love my cheeseburgers and fries, but I am cognizant of my health, and I'm particularly keen on working out every day, doing both hard cardio and some weightlifting to avoid becoming heavy. The results on my body have been obvious, no doubt, but such strenuous exercise comes at a cost, and that's where Athletic Greens and their AG1 formula really came into play for me. As a 1 meal a day guy who fasts for 20 or so hours at minimum each and every day, I found my energy lacking when I was preparing for my late afternoon or early evening workout. When AG1 entered my life, though, I found a boost of energy when I needed it most, even if I broke my fast. And I also felt great drinking it because it's awesome for you whether or not you're in the gym. The AG1 formula is absolutely packed with 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, and whole food-sourced ingredients, and the results from drinking AG1 are legion. more energy, better gut health, and if you stick with it long enough, you may even see aesthetic results too, like healthier hair, nails, and even skin. It turns out that your body craves what's best for it, and when you deliver the goods, your body pays you back in dividends. AG1 is simple to take, affordable, and it even tastes good too, which you may not expect, but it actually does. By making a small investment into your routine, you can learn what millions around the world already have. Athletic Greens is awesome, and it can help you feel better, live healthier, have more energy, and quite simply live your best life. What's not to love? If you're looking for an easier way to take supplements, Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs of AG1 with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/sacred. That's athleticgreens.com/SACRED to learn more and make your purchase. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred. Check it out.
Hey, Colin, actually, I have one non-gaming thing I want to tell you.
Oh, good.
The shelves are looking fan-fucking-tastic.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. It's not done yet. I'm like all caught up here. I got to unplug this real quick. I can't hear anything. You guys can say whatever you want because I can't hear it.
I would
got a new blue jacket too.
Right.
Yeah, I would compliment the shelves too, but I would be lying because it just looks like a mass of colors.
There we go.
through this pixelated blur.
Yeah. So I got it. There's still things on the ground. I still have more things to move around, and you can't really see the top shelf. But yeah, I kind of got like a G.I. Joe and Castlevania shelf,
and
then I got just kind of some random collections plus all my amiibo. And for people that are curious, I am curious about and I'm interested in amiibo I don't want all of them. I never wanted all of them, just the ones that I like the characters I like. And I'm missing a few still. But for instance, that's why I have like Dr. Mario and things like the games I like. And then below that, my Mega Man shelf, plus some of my stuffed animals. We have Monokuma, Cactar, Slime, and Rolo from Tales of Exilia. If you're a real nerd, you'll know about him.
Whoa.
And then, so yeah, it's looking good. We're getting work done, and but there's a bunch of shit on my couch now. But I appreciate that. Thank you. I wanted to get more done. I spent quite a bit of time in here, and it was one of the major things I did was organize. I have like a big closet in this room, and I needed to organize that. And I'm probably going to put my drum kit right there, so you'll probably see a piece of it coming into the frame at some point. But we'll see what happens. But thank you for that. I appreciate it. And I know the pledge bottle. Here it is. This is it. This is the one.
I expected you to keep it on there while everything else was still like perfect, and then just the pledge amongst the game stuff. Still time.
Pledge smells pretty good.
Yeah, you should
huff
it.
Huff pledge.
I don't huff it, but I don't know. I don't know what like environmental facts produced with. I don't care about any of that. What's in this? I don't think I should be huffing that. No. Okay, let's move on to the news. We can do it now, for real.
Yeah.
Scrolling. Okay. This has nothing to do with PlayStation, but people have been writing in about it, and I am curious what we think about it because it's going to be such a big game for Xbox. Jason wrote in. Said, greetings and salutations, CDC. First off, Happy New Year. All right, be careful. My question is all about the upcoming Bethesda game Starfield. I've not heard much from you guys about this game and your thoughts and expectations about it, and I was disappointed when it was not included in any of your most anticipated games for 2023 release lists. Dare to explain thyself. Also, what up, Steve? Who's Steve? Is this a joke? Or is Steve another listener? I hope Tennessee provided a good Christmas. All right, so the Steve must be a friend of his. Tennessee, the football team, like the college team, maybe?
I don't know.
I don't understand this. Nonetheless, it doesn't matter. Starfield is coming soon. According to documentation found by some Xbox gamers, including this guy, Clobril on Twitter, says Starfield arrives exclusively on Xbox Series X and S and PC in the first half of 2023. So might be pretty imminent. I don't know who this Clobril guy is, but it says coverage focused on many creative first-party studio teams across Xbox Studios and Bethesda at Xbox. So pretty boring job until this year probably, but about to pop off with the Bethesda and all the Xbox games coming. So Chris, what do you think of Starfield coming soon? We don't talk about it on the show because this is a PlayStation podcast, but people are curious, and I'm wondering if you're going to play it and if you're interested in it and what your expectations are for it.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, I think generally speaking, I'm largely, I don't know. I like Bethesda games a lot. Like I like Fallout 3. I like Skyrim a lot. Like Skyrim's a huge deal for me. Fallout 4 I even thought was kind of cool. Like there were definitely problems with it, and I thought it definitely, had issues, but I didn't hate it as much as a lot of people did. And I just I've come to accept that while a lot of Bethesda games kind of struggle at a lot of the things other games are really, really good at, for some reason, they're really, really good at making a world that I want to be in for a really, really long time, even with the seams kind of obviously there. So I'm looking forward to this. I'm fully expecting something that's going to be pretty engrossing and pretty cool. I don't know if it's going to be Game of the Year material necessarily. I don't know if it's going to blow my mind or anything, but I'm expecting at least a very solid, fun Bethesda game that's going to probably devour a lot of my time. Whether or not it actually comes at the beginning of this or the first half of this year is another question entirely. Like I don't know if I'm super confident in that, but I have no doubt that that's the plan. I think that's probably the plan, but we'll see how that goes. But I'm looking forward to it. I wouldn't say my hype level is pretty high though. Like I'm just like, yeah, well, I'll play it when it comes out, and I'll probably spend a lot of time on
it. For me, the proof's in the pudding with trophies, right? You can just tell what games I'm into and what studios I'm into and what publishers I'm into. Just look at the games I play. So Bethesda doesn't have a huge place in my gaming repertoire after Fallout. From Bethesda Game Studios, Fallout 3 was the last game of theirs that I beat and played more than 10 or 20 hours. I'm more going to miss the studios around them, like id and Arcane and whatever. But yeah, so for me, Starfield is, I don't have any expectations for it either, and I'm not particularly interested in it. And in fact, people might remember that when we discussed it last year, I was concerned about how big it sounded. Like it sounded too broad and too big. Like it's not exciting to me at all. I remember we were talking about that there's a thing where they pull out of a shot and they show a system. And I'm like, that's all. I remember thinking, I'm like, that's awesome. We better really explore the shit out of this star system. It's gonna be a very personal story, maybe something like The Expanse or something. And it's like, no, now you're going to the cluster and it's like, oh my God, no, I just can't do it. Dustin, what are your thoughts on Starfield?
I used to be a huge Bethesda games fan. Pretty much got all of the achievements on Fallout 3, played a ton of Skyrim. I have the platinum on Fallout 4.
Nice. That's a tough one because you have to, because I have the Fallout 3 plat and all the trophies and all the DLC, but the Fallout 4 plat required you to have that you build your area.
It sucked.
Your settlement. Yeah.
Wasn't fun to do that. So in Fallout 4, I think was pretty good aside from some issues. I think a lot of people have the same feelings about that game. Yeah. But here's what I'll say about them now is that people should not forget Fallout 76. And I know that the instant response from saying that from a lot of people is like, well, Bethesda proper didn't make that game. I don't care. You wheeled out Todd Howard and had him sell this game. You put Bethesda on the box. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
They were still stewarding over that game and let it happen the way it did. So I am extremely skeptical of this game. But like I said, I'm a big fan of those other games. And so I have Game Pass for PC, so I will be checking it out on launch day for sure. But I wouldn't necessarily be going in and pre-ordering the Ultimate Edition or anything like that, just based on the history here. There's a lot riding on this game for Bethesda, I think, after a lot of mishaps over the last few years. So we'll see. I'm in agreement with you, Colin, about the scope of the game. I feel like the art direction is a little bland. Like there's no, I can't think of like identifiable scenes from the trailers in my mind. So, but if I can get immersed in the world and has a cool story and stuff like that, then cool. I want it to be great. Because like I said, I really, truly do love those games, but I'm extremely skeptical of Starfield.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Won't be long.
The thing that's fascinating about Bethesda games specifically is that like the main story is always kind of like not particularly great. Like in Fallout 3 and Fallout 4, especially Fallout 4 and even Skyrim, like my favorite parts of those games story-wise were like side stuff, like the Dark Brotherhood or like the Silver Shroud or like these extra things that kind of happened off to the side. So that's kind of more the stuff that I'm looking for. I do agree the scale's just kind of the biggest turnoff for me. I'm just like, I really wish this was just a lot more scaled down, but I don't know. When they make a single player game, they typically at least make something that's at the very least worthwhile in some way. And so that's kind of why I'm a little bit more, that's probably going to be good.
Well, I game it out in my head like this. Part of me feels like, I mean, I you can go listen to my shows at the time. Fallout 4 exposed Bethesda, in my opinion. And while it was a good game and interesting in its own right, it was very dated when it came out. And when you think about games like, and I've said it before, Dying Light and The Witcher 3 specifically came out that year. Go look at those games and play those games side by side. It's a fucking joke, in my opinion. And that doesn't mean that Fallout 4 is bad. It just meant that it was made in a vacuum. And so when I said I'm gaming it out, here's how I'm gaming it out. My expectation for Starfield, I would have tepid expectations and be questioning it as well. But they have to know that. They have to know that this game matters a great deal, right? And they have to know that a lot is riding on it. Not only for Bethesda, because Bethesda has less riding on it, although it's within the Xbox family now. I mean, Bethesda has its fans and its fanboys hardcore locked in, probably more than Xbox even has in some way, just from over the years, all the different IP. And so I think that they look at it and they say, well, we know that your expectations are going to be soft. We have to meet and exceed those expectations. And so my gut instinct says that it's going to be great, because how can it be that Starfield isn't going to be great? That would be so bad for the Xbox ecosystem that it would be calamitous. And so again, gaming it out, they have to know this. They have to nail this game. They have to. It's just anything less. It's not even for Bethesda's sake. It's for the Xbox brand's sake. If Starfield is a miss or anything softer than what I would say is an 8.5 or a 9, I don't know, man. Because like that's the one that everyone's pointing to, right? So gaming it out, feeling like Microsoft understands the situation, feeling like Bethesda has the relevant talent to make it happen, I feel like it's going to be great. My only fear is that it's going to maybe not look very good, and it's going to be too big. And that's just a problem with a lot of games. A lot of games are too big. We're going to talk about a few in a little while. So that's my gut instinct about Starfield. I expect it to be great. And I think that they have to expect that it's going to get the shit beat out of it if it's not. So I'm intrigued. I have no interest in really playing it. It wouldn't be a game that I'd probably mess with, because I just didn't like Fallout 4 very much. So I was just it's like, well, I'm not. And Skyrim, I got even fewer hours into. So it's just not my thing. But maybe it would be. I don't know. We'll find out.
Gut check question for you guys.
Yeah.
After late last year, we saw some 30 FPS titles roll out with some controversy. Will Starfield be 30 FPS?
I think so. Yeah.
And it will be a
Xbox.
controversy.
Yeah.
Wow. No way.
I think it will be.
Because why?
I think it could be. I think there's the idea.
Maybe not.
I think there's no way that you can put out Bethesda specifically, like a big first party thing. Like I can't imagine launching at a 30 frames per second cap. That's gonna look so shit. That would be worse that would almost be worse than if the game wasn't great. Almost on some level, where it's like, how hard is it to get a game like Bethesda, like a Bethesda game running at 60? It can't be hard. Even with that new engine or whatever, or that new, like that suited up engine. I almost have a feeling that maybe Bethesda's limited art style, or like not limited art style, but like kind of, less of a focus on graphics, kind of like it has to be worked into a strength somehow. And that's the way that I feel like you would do that. It's like, okay, this game isn't supposed to be like a Horizon Forbidden West type, like, oh, look at how good this looks at all moments. And so for that reason, we can boost it up to at least 60 all the time. I have to imagine that that's on some level being looked at as an alternate kind of positive to the fact that like, yeah, it's not going to look nearly as good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
We'll see.
I'm reading something on IGN from that October gameplay. It says from a resolution and performance level, the footage released targets a full 380/40 by 2160. Is that how you say it?
That's 4K.
So 4K at 30 frames, 30 FPS on Series X. It would be, why didn't they just say 4K? I don't understand that. It would be of great benefit for the team to also offer a dynamic 4K 60 frames mode, which would go a long way and help alleviate the well-founded worry of Bethesda games struggling to hit that 30 frame level. So my whole thing here is, why would they show it at 30 frames if it wasn't going to run at 30 frames? That's stupid. They have to know that. I don't know. That tells me that the game's 30 frames on Xbox. But
yeah, I mean, it could. I just can't imagine. Like, they have to know that if that happens, that's a huge problem. You know what I mean? That's kind of the thing where you mentioned like this game has to be good because they have to know. I kind of have the same kind of feeling where it's like this game has to be 60 frames because they have to know.
Yeah, you could be
like,
right.
How do you not know that that's a problem for one of your the biggest flagship title to not run at 60? I also think the fact that it's going to be running on Series S and potential, do we know, like, it's not a Xbox One game, right? We know for sure that's not happening.
Yeah,
it's not.
I think it's just Xbox Series. Yeah,
I think getting it running on the Series S at all kind of necessitates a baseline that would allow the X to. It would have to, right? Like you would imagine. That'd be crazy if Starfield launches at 30 frames per second. That's funny. At that point, that's hilarious.
Yeah, I'm trying to find more information, but it's just a bunch of speculation. It's not. Yeah,
it's not. There's no concrete information about it.
Yeah, which I think is another example of it maybe not being good. Wouldn't they say like our game runs at 60 frames? Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Well, okay. So I'm just going off of a Reddit comment, but it's so take it with a grain of salt. But in an interview with our boy Ryan McCaffrey, Todd stated he believes BGS games are completely playable at 30 FPS and cares more about how the game looks than higher frame rate or 4K. So we need to check and see if that's a real statement he said. But if that's true...
he might have said it on Ryan's podcast or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that's a crazy prioritization. I really hate that we are so obsessed with the way something looks in a way that doesn't matter to video games. Like, why are we focused on 4K resolutions when like clearly frame rate and frame pacing matter more? Like, give me a 1440p game. If Starfield maxed out at 1440p, I would not give a shit. Like, it would not even be a remote, like that wouldn't even cross my radar as something as a problem. Because 4K is already like kind of egregious to me. Like, I don't even really see the purpose on these monitors that we're playing on. Even on 4K TVs, it feels like a lot of that detail is kind of like lost. Anyway, like it's kind of there, but I don't know. It's just a baffling priority for a game developer. I don't get it.
Could it be that because they're releasing trailers, they feel like people are going to be more interested in the aesthetic, and so they're playing it in 30 frames mode to have higher texture, higher. And then there'll be a performance mode, and they're just not showing it.
I would have to imagine that everybody understands on some level that you need a performance mode. Like, I think that's just basic. That's just a basic part of the industry at this point. Some games aren't hitting that, which is embarrassing, and it's proved to be very, very bad for those games. But I would imagine that if you want to showcase the looks of your game, you put out a trailer that doesn't necessarily highlight frame rate, because what does that matter if you're watching something? But when you're playing, that game has to be smooth, man. Like, even a janky game like Skyrim is massively, massively helped by a higher frame rate, because it's an interactive medium, of course. Like, why wouldn't you want as many frames as possible? Crazy.
Yeah, I guess their argument would just be the intensity of the environment, right? Like, what is going on, all the things that have to compute and keep track of.
Off.
I just assume I don't know. I mean, you're right in the sense, but I would assume they also know it seems stubborn if that's the result that you didn't. Yeah. It's a technology issue at that point. And they are using their own proprietary engine again, right? So that's a stubborn move, maybe, but maybe not.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm very interested in Starfield. My gut instinct is that, again, just to underline it, knowing the importance of this game, they must deliver a high quality critical and commercial success. And if they don't, that's going to be very, very bad for the Xbox brand, because this has been the hinge that the entire door has swung on for several years. Right? I mean, so in my mind, I just can't imagine this game coming and not being great. It would be it truly mind-boggling. And I just don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. There are big problems at Microsoft if that happens. Big.
I'll tell you one thing, though.
Well, please, Chris.
I am not playing that game if it's 30. yeah.
Well, it might be 60 on PC, right?
Well, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you could play it on PC.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't
I don't want to have to, though. You know what I mean? I like to be able to sit in front of my couch. I understand like the benefit of like playing on a PC, but it just like it bothers me to be on the same machine that I work at when I play a game. Like I want to be able to just like lounge on my couch. It bothers me.
Starfield to me, it strikes me as if it was on PlayStation, I'd play it because I'd feel obligated to play it, which, you know, because I'm overwhelmed by some of these role-playing games. And so yeah, it's going to be an easy skip for me, I think. But I'm curious to see how it does, and I think it's going to be vital to Game Pass and Xbox, and so we'll have to game that out and see how it goes. But part of me feels like the analyst mind in me can justify all of these different things, and so we really just need to wait and see, I guess, at this point. To stay with the Microsoft topic really quick, though, Reuters reported just a couple of days ago, and just to update on this, and I don't think we're going to have much more to say about it anytime soon. Maybe we will. They report no substantive settlement talks between U.S. FTC, Microsoft over Activision. And they write, quote, there are no substantive, in quotes, settlement discussions underway between the Biden administration and Microsoft Corp to resolve a legal dispute over the Xbox maker's $69 billion bid for games maker Activision Blizzard. So this is important because they could be talking to each other behind the scenes to try to get this deal through. And it doesn't seem like the FTC is interested in doing that. This is relevant because the FTC, Michael Chappell, the FTC administrative law judge, will rule on the deal after hearings, Reuters writes, set for, as we knew, August 2023. So this thing's going to get prolonged for a really long period of time. And it seems like in the European Union, March 23rd, a much sooner date, will be when they decide whether to block the deal or not. And the CMA in the UK will also have something to say in March or April. So we're going to be at least a few more months until we have more to say about this, I guess, in a substantive legal perspective, or from a substantive legal perspective, unless these guys make a deal or keep talking to the press, both of which are likely, I think, in some sense. I will say that I am infinitely tired of this story, and it's just so tiresome. I don't know what else to say about it, and we only talk about it because I don't make the news. Yeah. And that's basically it. All right. Let's move on. Guys, some Gran Turismo news. First of all, Gran Turismo 7 is coming to PlayStation VR 2 upon launch in February of 2023. This will be free for anyone who owns the game on PS4 or PS5. I guess you would really have to have the PS5 version, but you get both of them when you buy it. So that's cool. Beat Saber also coming, which is a big deal, although not a huge surprise. However, one of the things that we did get to see during this CES kind of mini event and all the furor around it was, and CES, of course, is a consumer electronics show, and we'll talk about it later, is a first look at the Gran Turismo film. I am curious if you guys got a chance to watch this. It was like a minute long, maybe a little bit more, and what you thought. Of course, the movie stars David Harbour from Stranger Things, Orlando Bloom from Lord of the Rings. Comes out August 11th, 2023. This is another PlayStation production. And I don't know. I think it looks fine. I'm not a car guy, but what I've been reading is that people are really into it if you're into cars and into Gran Turismo. Dustin, did you get a chance to check it out?
Yeah, I was watching that stream last night, And I think this could be cool. I think it actually will have a broad appeal. There are a lot of car-focused movies. And I don't know, it could be cool from a cinematography perspective and stuff like that. I don't know if I'm particularly interested. Actually, when I was sitting and watching the stream, I was thinking, are we going to watch this movie to do a Sacred Symbols Plus?
I would think so. Yeah.
So, and I'm willing to be open-minded about it, even though it's definitely not in my wheelhouse. But I will say that what we saw looked of quality. So,
what do you think, Chris? Any thoughts about the movie or the PSVR project, which should be a pretty big deal, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's wise to bring Gran Turismo to PSVR. To me, this movie, I think I'm largely just kind of at a point where these projects really have to do something beyond just exactly what I expect to really get me excited about it, or really even get me remotely that interested in it. And this looked kind of exactly like what I expect. There are parts of it that just look like the game to me, which is kind of speaks well of the game, but it's a car movie, and it's not my genre, and I almost feel like we will be obviously watching it for the show, and we will be obviously giving our thoughts on it, but I feel like we almost have to come at it from the perspective of I feel like we have to open up that show with listen, we are not car people.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
So this is a review for people who are not car people.
Totally.
And whether or not it's good for car.
And maybe we can get Z28 on the show, who we do Gran Turismo shows with on Sacred Symbols Plus, to come on and talk to us about it too.
I feel like it would be the most responsible thing to do.
Yeah,
to get
probably.
Somebody who's interested in this to actually, because I was watching the trailer and I was like, okay, it just looks like cars, which is what.
But it is cool because it is about the GT Academy.
Yeah. It's interesting. I don't know. I felt nothing watching this. I was just like, oh, cool. I almost forgot that David Harbour was real, because he was in that. No, isn't he in that Santa Claus movie that people?
Dude, I watched it.
Was it good?
Is it good?
Awesome.
What is it?
It's fun. It is. I thought it was gonna be too cheesy and campy, too self-aware, but it was the right amount. I recommend it next Christmas. Violent Night, pretty damn fun.
I'll give it a shot. Yeah,
Violent Night's a great name.
It's a great name.
All right, I wanted to pitch this next one to you, Dustin. Video Games Chronicle reports Atlus is teasing several unannounced titles for reveal in 2023. This comes from Famitsu, which translated a greeting card and I guess holiday message that was sent out to press. And so they say, in part, quote, "Thank you very much for your support for the remastered versions of Persona 4." Wait, P4U2. What is that? Persona 4 Ultimate. No, Ultimax 2.
Ultimax,
that's the fighting game. 13th Machine Defense Circle for Nintendo Switch, Soul Hackers 2, and Persona 5 The Royal. In 2023, we will start with the release of P3P and P4G remastered versions, and we are also preparing several unannounced new titles. Please look forward to it. So, two questions for you. Number one, what are some of these titles? What could they be? And number two, are you gearing up for Persona 3 and Persona 4, which come out in just a little more than a week from when we're recording? I saw in Power Picks that Persona 3's trophies leaked, which are cool. Requires 2 playthroughs. I saw. I'd like to get into it, but I am so inundated with role-playing games right now, as we're going to discuss when we discuss what we're playing, that I don't know that I'm going to get to these right away, although the price is right. So talk to me about your thoughts here about Persona 3 and Persona 4 imminent console reveal, plus what these new unannounced titles might be.
Yeah, I am really excited for these two to come out. I think I've decided that I'm not going to play this version of Persona 3, being that it is the portable version, specifically because, to my understanding, this game lacks cutscenes, that the cutscenes are purely just visual novel parts. And so that's a real disappointment to me, and I know to a lot of other people. So, but what's interesting, tying this into what's coming, is that apparently someone who leaked, I want to say either Persona 5 Royal, something Atlus related, and has been verified that this person has leaked good information, says they are working on a Persona 3 remake. And that's one of their big projects. So if that's true, then I would happily just wait for that. But I'm curious about the other projects in that it sounds like, first of all, they did this big lead up to this Persona anniversary celebration. And it sounds like, and I think this may have been part of that leak with the Persona 3 remake, is that they really wanted to show Persona 6 at the end of the year, but it just simply wasn't time yet, not ready. Famously, Persona 5 was announced way too early, and it got dragged on.
I remember I wrote about it it was like the red square with like the chairs, and I remember writing about it at IGN. That was so long ago, so long ago. Yeah.
So I think wisely they decided to just hold it, as you know, it's possibly what happened. I think one of the most things to keep an eye on, the crazy factors of this, is that a lot of the core Persona team that made Persona 5 isn't working on a Persona title. They're working on a game, or right now is what's called Project Refantasy. And that was announced a very long time ago. I want to say like maybe even right around the release of Persona 5. So there are a lot of projects being juggled by this team. And it's, I don't know, anytime we see a studio juggling this many projects, or maybe just trying to maximize on a brand too much, is a bit concerning. But I don't know. We'll see. They haven't done anything horribly wrong, except for maybe not releasing the right version of Persona 3. But I'm very excited for Persona 4. I will be picking it up, and I'm hoping to just make it an extreme long play throughout the year. Pick it up, play a little bit, maybe put it down between some stuff. It's a very long game. So either way, if you haven't played Persona 4, now's the time.
Fair enough. Persona 4 is excellent.
Yeah.
Love it. Every once in a while, I have a few of the songs on my master playlist of thousands of songs. So every once in a while, one of those random Japanese jams comes on.
My vinyl finally came.
Huh?
Remember over a year ago on Sacred, I said about pre-ordering the Persona 4 soundtrack?
Yes.
It finally showed up last month.
Awesome.
It was over a year for that vinyl collection to come in, but it's
wasn't
fun.
ready, just like the game Persona 6.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Speaking of role-playing games, I wanted to stick with something written here by Yoshinori Kitase. So, as we know, Yoshinori Kitase is the longtime producer and director of Final Fantasy games and all of these other things. And he and the others wrote, and by the others, I mean the other kind of executive level producers and directors working on current games at Square Enix, all wrote these New Year's greetings on FinalFantasy.com. And I thought this was interesting because Kitase says the following in part. First of all, he says this, which I think is, I put this in our Discord because it's hilarious how Japanese it is. Happy New Year to you all. Final Fantasy 16 is set to release this year, which means Yoshi P needs your support now more than ever. Cheer him on as he gives it his all down the stretch. We will definitely do that. But in addition to writing that, he also said this, Dustin, and Chris, we can get you involved here if you'd like. He says, quote, there's also another big announcement unrelated to Final Fantasy VII that I can't say anything about just yet. Rest assured, we're working hard to make sure 2023 is the most exciting year yet, end quote. This hasn't really been making the rounds, but my eye was caught with this because let's understand who this man is. This is the man who directed Final Fantasy 6, 7, 8, 9, Chrono Trigger, produced a bunch of different, different products in the Dissidia spinoffs, and executive produced Crisis Core and all these kinds of things. And I'm wondering, is my fantasy-addled brain getting too excited about the possibility of a Final Fantasy VI remake? Could they do it? Could it happen?
I can tell you what this probably is, Colin.
What is it?
The NVIDIA leak never lies.
Tactics.
It's Final Fantasy Tactics.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
That would be fun.
Ogre was just the warm-up.
I was talking to a friend that works at Square Enix a couple months ago, before the Final Fantasy games were announced for PS4. By the way, did we talk about this on the show, or did that happen over the holidays?
I feel like we talked about it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So all right, good, because that's an exciting thing.
Dustin,
I feel like we did.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I was just talking. This was before that, and I was like, I was just talking to him. I'm like, come on, man, let's get this going with these Final Fantasy games. And he's like, I know, man, he's like, I really would love to see Final Fantasy Tactics. So he wouldn't know anything, but maybe that was a sign of good things to come. That is in the NVIDIA leak. Final Fantasy IX remake is also in the NVIDIA leak, isn't it?
That's true.
Now that would be, I don't know. I don't know. I got to think this out because I don't know that 9 really needs a remake, but 7 didn't need a remake either until it did. I'm sorry, go ahead, Chris.
No, I was gonna say nothing needs a remake really. It's just a matter of like, can we? And is there demand? That's ultimately what determines whether or not something needs a remake or not. Is can they sell a ton of it? And the answer for 9 is probably yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially because I think they could probably 9 is not as thematically deep, and I don't think anyone would make that argument that it is, and I don't think that anyone would make the argument that the characters are anywhere as deep. And so you could probably do a more A-style remake of 9 and even get away with it, as opposed to doing this 3-part, 12-year fucking production of Final Fantasy VII. But I just get excited about showing some of those older Final Fantasy games some love, because we have to remember 3 and 4 were remade on DS in that gross 3D chibi style. Fucking horrible. I mean, they were fun, but just disgusting looking games. Just, they need to go back and give these games a little bit of love, I think. And I've opened my heart. Here's what I'm saying. I've opened my heart to the possibility that they can go to the Final Fantasy games that I really love, specifically 4 and 6, and do it. Show it to me. I'm open to it. My heart is open, Kitase. Son.
Yeah. I feel like they would be, because they were so, like, Final Fantasy VII is arguably like one of the most important ones. I think probably like the most important Final Fantasy game if you're talking
certainly.
about like as far as like cultural impact and like and relevance. And they were more than willing to kind of take the hacksaw to that game in a lot of ways, like not in like a negative way, but they were willing to take something that was pretty iconic and mess with it in a way that probably would have been advised not to do. So you could easily see a scenario where they take some of those lesser, like something like Final Fantasy IX, and maybe even do some work to make it better than it was, and not really feel as much of a devotion to keeping it as like, pixel perfect and like, oh, let's make it exactly the same. Like, if they're going to revamp Final Fantasy VII, why not improve some of the ones that aren't as iconic? You know what I mean?
I think it's a great point. You're right. Like, they went after the most sacred. The most sacred game was disassembled, and they did it successfully. I don't think the thing about Final Fantasy VII Remake that's so interesting to me, and I don't know if you agree with this, Dustin, is it doesn't seem like anyone dislikes it. Like, it doesn't seem like it's in any way divisive. It seems like there are two groups of people, really. People that never played Final Fantasy VII and liked it, and then people that never played it and liked it, and people that played it and then went into it skeptically and ended up liking it, which was me. Much more than I ever thought I would. So I just think that they're in a golden period right now, and I want to show a little bit of belief and hype for them to do. It's probably a Kingdom Hearts game or something. That wouldn't be his game though, so we don't have to worry about that. Okay. Couple more things I wanted to get through really quickly. I just thought this was interesting. Dale Catracho wrote in, said, "Hey CDC, imagine you are sitting down over the holiday break to play some Madden. The franchise that you've invested dozens of hours into this season is now gone. EA has a major data storage error that has left up to 60% of corrupted saves unrecoverable. This seems to play into the larger conversation that you've consistently had about the all-digital and connected future that we are running full steam ahead into. Losing save data is a tough look for EA and a scary omen for other all-digital, all-cloud games and save systems. What say ye?" So to give people some context for this, Madden 23, which came out this past summer and is obviously this year's NFL game, huge game, one of the best-selling games in the United States every year. They wrote on the answers.ea.com website, "Hello, Madden franchise community. We wanted to provide you with an update and the next steps around your online franchise, CFM leagues, and FOTF saves from 12/28. On Wednesday, 12/28, around 2:45 p.m. Eastern, players trying to access the franchise server were given an error that leagues were unavailable. The issue persisted until 12:45 a.m. Eastern on Thursday, 12/29, so about 10 hours. Unfortunately, if you logged into franchise leagues during this time, your data was affected due to a data storage issue that resulted in franchise files being corrupted. And it says, note, players and leagues who did not log in during that window, your leagues were not impacted and are currently safe to log into and play. They go on, first off, we are sorry that this happened. We know how important your franchises are to you, and we are actively working on a fix to restore some files via a backup as soon as possible. However, not all affected leagues can be restored. The team is currently projecting around 40% of leagues to be recovered. We will communicate an updated timeline next week and the potential restoration of save files from a backup. This is horrifying because franchise leagues can go on for ever and ever and ever and ever. And it's not some trivial thing to lose one. It's not like losing a season. People put in a lot of time and effort, customize these things, play with customized rosters, do all these deals, and really cater their leagues to themselves. And this is one of the fun things about Madden. This is, I don't even understand how this is possible, actually. And I'm sure there's a lot of technical explanations for it, but how I understand it is that they think that they're even going to be able to go back to backups and maybe even get a little bit more than that, but that a lot of this stuff is just gone forever. I don't know how that happens. It reminds me a little bit of what's that show about the hackers that the dude from that Queen movie's in? Mr. Robot. Mr. Robot.
Yeah.
The first season of that show, as I remember, I only saw the first season, was about how they wanted to knock out the credit card companies. And they understood that the only way you could do that is to not go after their infrastructure, but to go after their backups, because they keep constant backups of all their files. And if you go after their backups, get rid of those backups, and then go after their infrastructure, there's nothing to back up from. And this was like something that was, this is like something they go into deeply into the show. And I look at something like this and I'm like, this is so trivial. How do you not have like daily backups just stored somewhere of all this data? Even if you only lose a day's worth of data, it just seems insane to me that they can be so flippant with people's data because it is important. And it's not so much about the interconnectivity of it. A lot of it, because it's not only like individual franchises, it's leagues and stuff too, where you're playing with other people. So that I understand being online. But there is a question like, why is your stuff even interacting online to such a degree that why wouldn't your franchise just be saved to your machine? I don't know. Just a few things to think about, but I wanted to throw that out there. I don't know if you guys saw this story or have anything to add about it. No pressure if you don't.
I just imagine if this was, even as someone who's not actively playing it, but if they were like, hey, if you tried to log into Destiny 2 during this 24-hour period, your Guardian is gone.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like I would never play that game. I would probably never play a Bungie game ever again.
That
would be horrifying.
It's pretty bad. That's a really bad amount of progress to lose. I would be livid. I'd be like, no. I did not grind for years to get this freaking gun that just dropped 8 days ago. Just to lose everything and have to start from scratch again. No way in hell. Nutty.
It just seems. I understand losing things in the moment, recent instances of games, stats, because something goes wrong, but it just seems crazy to me that Madden NFL,
the
franchise that has been going on for 35 years or something like that, doesn't have the most sophisticated backups, and they better be happy that it didn't happen to FIFA, because that would be an even more catastrophic thing. This is almost as catastrophic for them, though. The final piece of small news I wanted to get to here before we move on is, and I was curious what you thought about this, Chris, although Dustin will get your take too if you'd like, as you're both fans of Destiny, is Video Games Chronicle just reports on a Twitter post from Tom Farnsworth, who's the creative lead at Bungie. And he simply notes, according to VGC, Bungie is working on a number of unannounced projects with Sony. If you go to the Twitter account, or his tweets, oops, wait a minute. This guy blocked me. Tom Farnsworth. What did I do to you? Usually I look at this stuff in incognito when I'm doing the news. So let me see. I have to go to incognito. He's the senior design lead at Bungie, creative lead, Seraph, and future seasons of Destiny the game. He doesn't like me, I guess.
Oh, well, you know what a lot of this is? Probably a lot of it's blockchains.
Oh yeah, I've never used one of those before.
Yeah, well, that's, by the way, I hate that I have to even say this, but that's not the NFT crypto blockchain. This is Twitter blockchains where like you sign up to a list and it just sort of automatically does shit. I've had a lot of people be like, "Oh shit, I'm sorry." I didn't realize you were blocked.
Yeah,
But,
I'm blocked by all
yeah.
sorts of people. Maybe that is what it is. I don't know why I would be blocked. But anyway, according to his story, where is it? God damn it. I'm so annoyed now because this ruined my whole vibe here, or this ruined my whole flow with reading this story. So I'll just use Video Games Chronicle instead. He says, with the support of Sony, we are working on a number of unannounced projects in addition to their Destiny stuff. I wanted to just bring this up and accidentally discover that I'm blocked by the creative lead of Bungie because I wanted to check everyone's expectations on this. And I was also curious, Chris, about what your take is on this. There's every reason to be excited about, as a player of games, about new Bungie products. But I think people are thinking that Sony, some of these games are going to be PlayStation exclusive, and I just don't. I think people need to check their expectations about that. When he says we're doing this with the support of Sony, I'm sure Sony is dumping all sorts of money into there, but I don't know what the fruits will be and if they're going to be exclusive. I just highly doubt it. And I see people circulating this story as indication that that there's more to the story than meets the eye. But I just feel like this is an independent entity, and I wanted to note that. Do you have anything to add?
I would agree. I don't imagine that Sony bought Bungie with the intention of keeping them locked to the console, knowing their expertise in online game design and also just general live service. They know that there's a lot of money to be made in live service, and they know that live service is most successful when it's omnipresent and you can kind of access it at any point throughout the day on any machine. It just doesn't serve them to use Bungie in an exclusive capacity, unless they were making some single player. I mean, that could be real. It could be a real thing that they're making a single player game. I don't imagine that would be the case, because I don't think Sony is in dire need for a new one of those. They kind of got that entire lane pretty well occupied by some pretty talented studios. So I would imagine that this is probably going to be something new. The thing that catches my eye specifically is that it says in this article, it says Bungie said in February 2021 that it planned to bring at least one new IP to market before 2025, which if that exact verbiage is to be believed, then that is not the rumored Marathon game, that rumored Marathon extraction shooter that they're working on, which is presumably like real, but that's not a new IP. That's an old one. That is Marathon. That's established. So this could be this Matter game, but then there's also kind of conversation as to whether or not Matter may have morphed into Marathon or not. So I don't know what to expect out of this, but I know for certain it's not going to be PlayStation exclusive. I would put a lot of money down on that. It just doesn't seem like they're their own thing. I just think Sony wanted their know-how for their games. I don't think Sony has much to teach Bungie, to be perfectly honest. And I don't mean that as any disrespect towards PlayStation. It's just like, what could Bungie really learn from your studios? They're top tier, top of the line, but we have a lot to show you. And I think as long as Sony embraces that kind of one-way relationship in that way, then it can make their games better without altering anything that Bungie wants to do. And if Sony wants to get like some exclusive off the top, I guess that's totally their right to do that. But I think part of the deal must be that I just doubt Bungie would have been willing to sell if there was any expectations of that happening. But anyway. Yeah.
Do you have anything you want to add before we move on?
No, I completely agree with Chris.
Okay. All right, let's get into the games we're playing then, and we're actually going to go to you, Dustin. So the way we'll do this is you and I are playing a game that you and I have both played a game. You have also played a game with Chris. So we'll start with ours. I'll let you take it, and then you can get to the other one. Then it'll go to Chris. Then he'll get through his. Then you can go back to me. Does that make sense? So Dustin, let's begin with you. Crisis Core Reunion is the first game on your list. I also played and beat it. Like we said earlier, we did a spoiler cast and review discussion with our friend Gene Park from the Washington Post. That will be up a day after this goes live on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. So come join us for that. I'm curious what your thoughts are, high level thoughts on the game.
Yeah. So as you said, we got a spoiler cast, so we'll save a lot of it for that. But if you're interested in checking out this game, it's fucking awesome. It's really, really, really damn good. It definitely, I think I said in the spoiler cast, went way harder than it needed to in terms of its remaster remake qualities. It is absolutely a beautiful game. But with that, it's important that if you do decide to play, you have the right expectations. This is still very much a PSP game in its structure. And so for some of you, both Colin and I, this is a huge plus that it almost feels like it brings us back to a little more simple time with gaming, very mission structure, much smaller instance levels. And so that's it was a big plus for us. But if you are hoping for something that's more like Final Fantasy VII Remake, you might be disappointed. So just make sure you have the right expectations. But overall, I absolutely loved this game. I highly, highly recommend it. And Colin, I guess to throw this to you about this game, a question I've been asked that I don't know the answer to is people said, should I play this game if I haven't played other Final Fantasy VII games? Should I play this if I've only played Remake? And I don't really know the answer to that, because really, if you play this, if you've only played Remake and then you play Crisis Core, you will be spoiling aspects for the next game, sort of.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like really kind of like, maybe if you really care about the story, then you really need to go play the original and then play Crisis Core and then play Remake. Ultimately,
here's how I describe it, because I think there's a possibility. Actually, someone wrote into our spoiler cast. I didn't end up using it, but saying something along the lines of Crisis Core spoils Final Fantasy VII Remake in some sense. And I'm like, yes. What I would say, though, is that in the final, let's remember that Final Fantasy VII now has two different continuities, right? The original Final Fantasy VII continuity that goes to First Soul. I didn't even play some of the shit like First Soldier and all of that. Crisis Core, Final Fantasy VII, Dirge of Cerberus is in there too. And that's like the original course. Crisis, and this was an argument I was making in the spoiler cast, although it's unclear if it's true or not, is that Crisis Core is a faithful remake of the original PSP 2008 game, which might be the intention. All they really do is swap out. There's a bunch of mechanical differences, and the game is graphically remade. It's pretty beautiful, actually. But the models and the voice acting from Final Fantasy VII Remake find themselves in this version of Crisis Core. So this version of Crisis Core, in my mind, though it's not very thematically different from the original, is its version of Crisis Core on its vertical, if that makes any sense. And so I think you want to play the games in the order that they were released in. Because I will say this, that playing one game or the other is going to spoil something fundamental about the other game.
Mm-hmm.
Final Fantasy, I don't think this is a spoiler to say about Final Fantasy VII Remake's ending, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but Crisis Core is central to what happens at the end of Final Fantasy VII Remake, which is what makes Crisis Core's reemergence as a relevant product in this specific continuity important. So it's up to you whether you play them in one order or the other, because Final Fantasy VII's relationship to Crisis Core in the original continuity is intimate, but not that important. That's not the case here. I would argue Crisis Core is a must play if you care about Final Fantasy VII's new continuity. Would you agree with that?
I agree. I think that is absolutely a must play. But like I said, if you deeply care about the story of like let's say you played Remake and you're all in, then your next step should be to go and play the original and then play Crisis Core last, I would say. But
indeed, because what's so interesting, I guess, and I think I remember saying this when we did the spoiler cast for it, maybe, which was a long time ago, but was what's so clever. Well, one of the things that's so clever about Final Fantasy VII Remake is that they really thought about it deeply enough to make Crisis Core important.
Right.
No one expected that. I mean, I can guarantee you that. I don't think anyone went into Final Fantasy VII Remake thinking that there was going to be a greater relevance to this side project. It would be like they're saying there's going to be a greater relevance to Dirge of Cerberus, which maybe there will be too. I don't know. But that's what I was saying before about the confidence in Square Enix and what their vision is for Final Fantasy VII. And so my argument would be to play Final Fantasy VII Remake first, then play Crisis Core Reunion. And I think that order of so-called potential spoilers or ruination of a game, it's better in that order than the other way. Because certainly Final Fantasy VII Remake is the better game. So you want to go into that freshest, is what I would say. Then you go into Reunion. But what I'm going to do is I'm chipping away at the Reunion Platinum. Don't know if I'm going to do it all the way. But with Final Fantasy VII Remake leading into Rebirth, I'm going to play that all again on PS5, going into the Yuffie DLC and then go right into the new game. So I'm really excited about that. And quick thought about Crisis Core is just, it's fucking awesome. Oh. I had so much fun playing it. It was a joy and a pleasure to play. And it's, as you said, Dustin, I don't quite understand why they have not played up the fact that this is a remake. Some people are like, it's bordering on a remake, or I'm like, no, it's not. It's not bordering on anything. It's fucking a remake. There's nothing in it it's graphically totally different. The combat system is totally refined and different. The materia system is refined and different. It's a remake of the game, and it's fucking great. It's great.
Right. I think they were hesitant to use the word remake because it is not a remake like
Final Fantasy
7 remake
sure,
is.
That's true.
And I think that they didn't want to confuse people.
That's a good point.
But I agree with what you're saying, though, is that it is the amount of stuff remade in it is very, very high. It's too high to be called a remaster, for sure.
And it's a joy to play. It's just really fun. It's simple. It's difficult at times, but it's simple to understand. It's a little button mashy. It's chapter based. Again, think PSP, think Vita, where you're playing things quickly. You weren't playing it on Vita because there was no digital version of this game. But so for me, I look at it and I'm like, yeah, I like this stuff. And I also said this, and Gene and I were talking about this a little bit on the show, was I love checkbox games. Everyone knows that. And this game is that. Here's your linear path. Here are your chapters. Here's a shit ton of missions. The percentage meter just ticks up. You're leveling up all your materia. You're getting better equipment, but it never gets too deep and too lost in the weeds. I think it's a fine game, dude. And at $50, steal. IMO, total steal. So highly recommend Crisis Core. Look out for our spoiler cast and review discussion, where we go into it for about an hour and a half, spoil the game deeply, get into all the different aspects of it on Patreon, patreon.com/lastdaymedia. Dustin, I throw it back to you to continue with your games.
So my main game over holiday break was, unexpectedly, even for me, Cult of the Lamb. Oh. And man, I am so glad that I checked out this game because it was super fun. So this game is from Massive Monster, and I believe Devolver Digital did the publishing work on it. And so basically this game is a super cute cartoon, almost Adventure Time style game, like as far as visuals, where you play as a little lamb and you're creating a cult where you go out and you're trying to kill the old gods. And what's so fun about this game is that it's kind of split between two parts. In the one side of the game, you're building a cult, and it's almost like Animal Crossing. You've got your followers, you need to make sure they have a place to stay, and they'll perform tasks for you. Maybe they'll gather resources, they can pray at the altar for you, and you have to make sure you manage not only their hunger, but also their faith in the cult. So if their faith dips a little too low, you can have dissenters in the cult. And so there's different ways to get around that, whether you can lock them up in jail and re-educate them, or you can sacrifice them to the god that you're the god of your cult. But it's shockingly dark, the things that you can do in this game. And that's what makes it so funny, is that there's these cute little characters and you're sacrificing people. Or maybe if someone dies, you could harvest them and feed them to your followers is something you can do. So that whole management aspect absolutely had me addicted to this game. But the other half of the game is going out on these runs where you go out into the different surrounding areas and you have to take out the old gods or whatever. And this where it becomes more of a roguelike game where it's kind of instanced small areas. You go in, you can get different weapons, different buffs, stuff like that. And the combat was like super fun and satisfying. I really enjoyed it. And so it was an interesting management dynamic where when you're out on these runs, your cult is still going. So you kind of have to consider how long you're gone for and make sure that before you leave, like make sure everyone's fed, make sure you don't have any dissenters, stuff like that. But
no dissent.
If you come back, like if you die, you'll come back and the cult will have lost a little faith in you because they think you kind of suck. The fact that you died out on a run. But like I said, I was totally enamored by this game. If you like roguelike games, if you like Animal Crossing, it's like a weird Venn diagram. If you like these management Animal Crossing style games, like building your own little community, then I highly recommend not skipping this game. I had a few funny interactions where when I first started the game, I was naming the cultists after people like in my family and like my friend like Ben and Brandon and stuff like that. And Ben's character came up to me and they'll give you little quests. And Ben's character said, I'm a little embarrassed about this, but I've always had the dream to eat poop. Would you help me out with this? And that's the thing you can do is you can feed your follower. They'll just like, there's like when you feed them, there's a chance that they may poop on command. And so you have to collect their poop because hygiene is very important, surprisingly, in the cult. So I helped Ben out. I helped him eat some poop and he didn't even get sick like a champ. So Ben, shout out. But yeah, this game is awesome. Don't sleep on it. Cult of the Lamb.
Scat fetish.
Mm-hmm. That's what Ben's into, I guess.
And then finally, it's the game you and Chris share here is Bayonetta. So I wanted to let you guys take it away here if you had anything to say.
I'll just be brief and let Chris handle it. But Chris, you inspired me last episode where you talked about playing it. And I thought, you know what? There's 3 of these games. I really like what I've played the first one. I just need to do it. I've been playing it on Steam Deck. It's fucking awesome. It's I'm really, really enjoying it. But Chris, I'll let you. I've talked enough. Hey, take it away.
No, I mean, I feel I played such a small amount of it when I was young because I just didn't own it. I would borrow it or I would play it at a friend's house. Like, this is fun. This is cool. But actually, like spending a lot of time with it, it's like really, like it's really involved. Like it's really fun to play a combat game or a combat oriented game where you actually have to do like quarter circle button combos and stuff like that, where it's like, oh, I forgot, like this is like really engaging and really cool, and like pretty much every direction on the thumbstick and combination of any given button does some really great flashy animation that's just really fun and fluid and satisfying. It's great. I've been having a great time with Bayonetta, and I've been savoring it too. Like I've been trying to play it like a little bit every day. Because it's just one of those games where it's like, it's also paced really well. Something that I miss. I feel like actually video games, I've been playing a couple of other games from like a while ago too. Like around that time, like 2008 to 2012 kind of territory. And maybe it's just because they didn't have the budget to keep going at the same level that they might have now. But I feel like a lot of games back then were paced like almost exceptionally well. Like Bayonetta is wonderfully paced.
Vanquish is the same way. Vanquish doesn't stick around at all. You know, there is something about that PS3 era, the kinetic action game that was a lot of fun.
Say about Bayonetta, I knew this about it from playing it years ago, but I think it's so funny how unashamedly sexual it is, but not actually sexual. It's like, I was trying to tell Holly about it. I'm like, it's a fan service game where it's so fan servicey, it's funny. Like it, she'll like one of the taunts is like, "So you want to touch me?" And it like zooms in with her like in her hair and like she's practically naked and stuff like that. It's like, it's really actually funny how they did it. And it reminded me when I first played it, I got it. I think I ordered it on Amazon for like, and I was playing it on Christmas break, like 10th grade, 2010 or something. I remember playing it. Now, this is when my Xbox was in my living room. And my parents didn't tell me to stop, but I thought, I can't do this. I can't play this game in the living room. I feel too much pressure. Someone is going to see me playing this game and think, what the fuck are you doing in the living room playing this?
That's how I even felt playing. Maddie and I talk about it on the Trail spoiler cast, where there's like, it's uncomfortable because they're teenage kids at the pool constantly, or wearing these little outfits constantly, massive breasts. And Mike is just sitting there like staring at me. And I'm like, this is not why I'm playing it. I promise you.
Yeah.
This is not why I'm playing it. Chris, let's stick with you. You are also playing a couple other games. If you want to discuss them, feel free.
Yeah, nothing crazy. I didn't really have I didn't have my PlayStation with me, and I mean I had my PS4 Slim, but that thing is, that thing coughs when you turn it on. So I was largely stuck with my Series S, which I have back home. So I was playing a lot of older stuff, a lot of back compat. I was playing a little bit of like Castle Crashers with cousins, and
nice. Awesome game.
I played some. I was actually streaming the story of Gears 2 because I was like, why not? I'm just here, and it's like a game that I've been like weirdly kind of missing again because I played like that horde mode with like some cousins of mine on New Year's, and I forgot how fun like that game was, and I figured I'd stream the story, and that's another game, man, where it's like paced really well. Like it's really good. I forgot how good, and especially because like it runs inexplicably at like 60 frames 4K. I don't know how they do that. I don't know if that was a patch or what, but I've been playing that, having a great time with that. Probably going to finish it. It's a pretty short game. In comparison to God of War, it's like 50 hours, It's a pretty short game.
They don't have Tom going out on a side quest to get some fucking pears.
Dom's growing tomatoes or something. And I've continued with Prey because it was the one other game that I had that I still had access to over there. And again, Prey is a slept on video game if there ever was one. Understandably slept on because it's a very particular game, but my God, just that System Shock energy is so cool. And I have been enamored with Prey for many, many months. I haven't really gotten to be able to jump back into it because there was so much to play for a while. But I think I'm in the home stretch of it, which is exciting because it means I can finally put it down and move on to something else. But yeah, Prey, Gears, Bayonetta, a little bit of Castle Crashers, some older. There was something else that I wish I had written down because it was like a really obscure. It wasn't Defense Grid. I'm not going to remember. It's gone.
Well, those are some good games. Gears 2 I loved.
Yeah, it's great.
And Castle Crashers was iconic. Completely iconic game. It's almost weird that studio, what are those guys called? I can't remember.
Behemoth, right?
Behemoth.
I know they've released games since, but I feel like none of them have the cultural zeitgeist and power of like they did Battle Block Theater and a few other things, but nothing was like Castle Crashers.
Yeah, Castle Crashers and Alien Hominid were pretty big. Like Alien Hominid was more of an online thing, but like,
and that was first, right? Alien Hominid
was
right. Before Castle Crashers, I think
it was their first. It was their first console game for sure. They might have made some other Flash games before then, but
yeah, they're great. I love the art style. Yeah, just the it's way less unusual now, but when Castle Crashers came to Xbox 360, just the violence along with the cartoonishness was very weird and appealing. And the game's fun as hell too. The bosses were awesome. Castle Crashers is really, really good. And I think didn't they re-release it on PS4 recently, like the last year?
Yeah, I think it's Alien Hominid Invasion, I think is what it's called. Yeah, 2 years ago. Yeah, look at that.
Did this come out? Alien Hominid Invasion? No, it didn't. I previewed this game at PAX in 2020.
Interesting.
It's still not out.
They've always been weird. Xbox affiliated too, which is it's interesting that Xbox hasn't just scooped them up. All right. To me, so I already talked about Crisis Core. Very pleased to do so. And stick with it if you guys are, again, as I say in the spoilercast, embrace the camp. That's what's part of the fun of Final Fantasy VII. Okay, so I will talk about the two other games I've been playing using listener inquiries. Mighty Max wrote in. Said, howdy, CDC. I hope you all had a chance to enjoy your well-deserved time off, combining relaxation while also enjoying some fun games, perhaps. Speaking of games, Colin, please tell me you have had the pleasure of trying out Chained Echoes. This game was all the buzz going into the holidays, and looking at the graphics and reading the comments on the gameplay, I just couldn't help myself. I dove in and never looked back. After playing 30-ish hours, I think I am ready to call this game my game of the year in 2022. It had been a long-ass time since an old-school JRPG captured me like Chained Echoes has. The story is mature and engrossing, and the combat is super fun and engaging. I also appreciate QOL features, quality of life features, not often found in most JRPGs of old, such as fast travel almost anytime you want, save anywhere, and the ability to run away from any battle you are too weak for. instead of having to let yourself be killed, load your save, etc. I am in awe of what this one development team was able to create, even if it took him 7 years. It's just one person. All the best in 2023, boys. May you find some other bird to fondle and leave the chickens alone. Thank you. So Chained Echoes came out December 8th on multiple platforms, including PS4. The developer is named Matthias Linda. It's published by Deck 13. And this game is absolutely fantastic. Just an absolute ode to mid to late SNES era and what I would say even early PS1 to mid PS1 era JRPGs. And there's a lot of Chrono Trigger in this game, a lot of Final Fantasy VI in this game, a lot of Final Fantasy IV in this game. I am eager to do a podcast to get into it deeper with someone. I don't know who else might be playing it. What I will say is that the game sticks out in a lot of different ways. And one of the ways that I think it fundamentally sticks out is in that every battle in pretty much is a battle for your life. There's no... So let me back. I'm very traditional with my role-playing games. People know that. And I love things like turn-based battles, which this has. And I love things like random encounters, which this game doesn't have. Instead, this game has something more like Chrono Trigger or even the new Dragon Quest games where you see the enemies, or Tales games where you see the enemies and you run into them and fight. And places don't really repopulate very quickly, so you can't really grind too much. And there aren't many of them. So if you're like exploring a dungeon and you go and there's like left, right, and center and you're exploring and you kill all the enemies, there's like 2 enemies in the center part. When you come back, they're just gone. So you're it's kind of cool because it part of the penalty of dungeon crawling in say Final Fantasy VI is just the constant fighting, because it's like, well, I kind of want to see what's over there. And it's a dead end. And the penalty for going to the dead end is 4 more fights. And that's totally fine. I love that. But this game doesn't do it like that. And so it allows them to balance the game in such a way where when you do fight, whether it's a normal party of enemies or a boss enemy, it's difficult. And there's a lot of really cool things that they do in the fights, including you'll ultimately have up to 8 characters, 4 characters active at a time. But each character can be attached to another character that's not in your party, and you can switch them out at any time. So you can have up to 8 characters fighting at once, which is really neat. And there's this cool bar in the upper left corner of the screen when you fight, and it's an overdrive meter. And as your party fights, you get out of the yellow and into the green as activities go. But if you go too far or get too much damage, you end up in the red. And when you end up in the red, you start doing less damage and start taking more damage. So you actually have to play responsibly. You have to start defending yourself just to get the bar to go down a little bit, or use curative magic just to get the bar to go down a little bit. And you have to really judge that. The game is remarkable in all of the different systems that it brings to bear. There's a really cool system that's kind of like a reward system where you do certain things in the game and it's like a huge grid and you earn different things on the grid and you get new items as the grid gets bigger and bigger. Say you kill this many enemies, you do this side quest, you do this, you do that. The equipment system is quite cogent. There's an interesting upgrade system for all of your weapons and armor. I really, really like it. And it is dark. It's very geopolitical. I will admit this, though. A lot of people are talking about the story. I have to admit, I'm not totally sure what's like. I know the broad strokes of the story, but I'm a little confused because I say this sometimes, like Lord of the Rings or something. When you're using just made up names, made up locations, made up events, it's like, I don't know. I have no bearing for what the fuck you're talking about. And I just can't do it. It's like King Henry III went to blah, blah, blah and killed this guy. And I'm like, I don't know who any of these things. I'm not going to remember any of this. Even the country names, like they're fake country names. So I'm not quite into the lore. I don't think that that's even the strongest point of the game. I really think just playing the game is the strongest point of the game. However, we all know Japanese role-playing games are usually split into 3 acts. And you can feel the acts, right? The beginning of a Japanese role-playing game, you're going in a linear fashion from place to place, trying to get your bearings. Usually in the mid-game, you get your ship, your airship, your ship on the sea, whatever, and you're able to kind of go more places. I'm in that segment of the game now, what I would call the mid-game, about 20 hours in. And I feel like the game falls apart a little bit because, in my opinion, it stays too close to the haziness and obscurity of what you were supposed to do in old role-playing games, which are some of the worst parts of those games. An example would be in the original Dragon Quest game, you have to go to a town and dig up a flute. And there's one person that tells you that you're supposed to do this. But if it wasn't for Nintendo power, not one of us would have found that fucking flute. None of us. And that wasn't fun. Or in Castlevania 2, when you're supposed to kneel with this diamond equipped and a tornado comes and takes you away. It's like, how was I supposed to know how to do that? And I feel like this game kind of embraces a little bit of that, which annoys me. It's really cool how they have all these systems, but it's like, it's okay to more specifically show me where I'm supposed to go. It's okay to keep a journal that's more cogent about what options I have. I'm a little, I played it pretty consecutively for 20 hours over a few days. And then I stopped when I got to this point because in my mind as a gamer, I'm like, I kind of want to walk through. I feel like I'm missing something here. There's so many options, but you're not making it quite clear. And I don't like that. So I don't think it's a flawless game, but it's certainly a game that I highly, if you like Japanese role-playing games, I mean, it's slam dunk, highly recommended. No doubt. None. Zero reservations. There's so much to like here. And it's quite charming too. So I think people are really going to dig it. Check it out. Chained Echoes. And I also wanted to give out a shout out to another game that I've been playing. Tim Copeland wrote in. Said, hi, Colin and the cuties. Jason Schreier recently tweeted, quote, fun fact, video game production cycles have gotten so long that if a big budget game studio started working on a brand new project today, it would likely be for PlayStation 6, end quote. Assuming this is true, the current model of AAA games that we've come to expect is unsustainable. So what steps can the gaming industry or major publishers take to not have us wait until the next console generation for a game that we're looking forward to? I'm as excited as anyone for the next major Naughty Dog project, but I don't want to wait until PS6 to play their next title. Thanks and greetings from Texas. Tim, I'm so glad you wrote in because you know what a game is that maybe we should take a look at and maybe think about supporting is the Callisto Protocol.
Oh, interesting.
Here's the thing about the Callisto Protocol. And Chris and I are going to do a conversation about this next week. And we'll get into it and we'll spoil it and we'll talk all about it. And I have not beaten it yet. There's 8 chapters. I'm in the 6th chapter right now. I've been sitting down and playing it a couple of hours a night. It's nice. It's like watching a show, kind of, where you're getting a little bit more of the plot, a little bit more of the plot. They're almost there. The Callisto Protocol is almost there. And what I mean by that is it was made in about 3 years and is the model for the kind of game that we should actually embrace. And I have to admit, and this comes from a place of privilege, no doubt, of financial privilege, I was more than happy to pay $70 for it, even though I don't think it's very good. Because it was an attempt, and a good faith attempt, I think, to do something that I actually think they kind of, the Dead Space comparisons, although it was more us making them than them making it, are kind of do the game a disservice because it's really not like Dead Space at all. I mean, other than the spacesuit and the readout on the back and kind of the third person plotting and all of this, it's not really like Dead Space at all. Dead Space, which I would argue is, if not the greatest survival horror game of all time, one of the greatest survival horror games of all time, easily top 3. Dead Space is like Resident Evil, the original one. And that's what made it special. The mansion was the Ishimura, and it was almost Metroidvania-esque. You would backtrack a ton, you would go back to places. This is not that at all. This is constantly going from one place to the next. And it's more like a movie than Dead Space is. It's more like there's these events, you're kind of going in between them. But I gotta say, I like it. Like I do dig it. I just don't think it's there. I think it's missing some stuff. Like I don't really know what the stakes are. I don't really understand who the characters are. You kind of put me into this situation, but with very little background. I don't even feel like they put a lot of attention into the collectibles. Like this is a place a la BioShock where you could have outlined 90% of the story if you just took the time to do it, but they really don't. There's not a lot of great environmental storytelling. A lot of it reminds me of like Fear and games like that, where it's like, people like write things like, use your light. It's like, who's writing this shit? It's like, it's just weird. Like it's supposed to be a calamitous horror situation. But I do think what this game nails is environment. I think that it's fucking dope to explore this place. And it feels real. It's in the 2300s, it's about 300 years from now, and it just feels right. And so I'm a little conflicted by it because I don't think it's great. I don't think it's even very good. there's a lot of problems with it, but they're almost there. I'm very curious to see how this game does commercially, and I'm very curious to see if they do another one. And you know what the other thing is, and we could talk about this on the show, Chris, is I am intrigued to know how this game could connected to PUBG. How?
Yeah, I don't.
And I was saying to Micah, I'm like, I'm wondering if it never did. Like, that was like a marketing tool to get people to pay attention to it in some way. Because
I feel like it must have been.
Because in playing it, I'm looking at it, I'm studying it, and the only thing I can think of is that the game feels a little vacant with storytelling because maybe those components were stripped out. But I find that unlikely. I'd love to be able to sit with Glenn, and I don't know if anyone's asked him, like, how did this game connect to that world at all? I would love to know that. Yeah. And but for people that don't know, it's the game's basically about a starship pilot that gets stranded on the moon of Jupiter Callisto, which is a prison colony that's undergoing some major situation. And that's basically how the game begins. But I just don't think there are that many characters, and they don't really explain very much of the story. So it's very experiential in looking around. You can run or like kind of jog. I still try to walk around, take it all in. The game looks beautiful, by the way. There is some spottiness, like the flames and the fog look awful. I took videos. I couldn't actually believe how, like, it was, the flames are very weird in the game.
What mode are you playing on, out of curiosity?
The 60 frames mode.
Oh, yeah. It
performance.
It technically looks a lot better at 30, but I refused. It was just like, there's no point.
It would feel so slow, I think, at 30 frames.
Yeah. No, I agree. But yeah, no, I feel largely like you do. Like, I remember I was playing it and I was like, it felt like when I was playing it, I was like, this feels like if they make a second one, it's going to be awesome.
Definitely.
You know what I mean?
I agree.
It really feels like it's, you put it pretty well when you say it's like it's almost there, because it looks beautiful. I think there are certain aspects that are like wonky, but like not like unsalvageable. Like, I think the combat's really, really weird and it's like really strange, but I don't think it's like unsalvageably strange. I think it just needs a little bit more TLC. It needs a little bit more, and just more collectibles or just more information strewn around. But it's weird though, because like, even though I was like looking through like different corners and corridors for things like, oh, maybe there'll be like an audio log or something, and there wasn't. It wasn't that feeling that I get in most games where it's like, oh damn, I feel like I wasted time going here. I kind of felt like, no, it's still cool to walk around this place. And it kind of bums me out that people are being hard on it. I get why, because if you're going in there with Dead Space comparisons, I get why you would come out of this like really, really bummed out. But I don't know, man. I've beat that game and I felt confused as to where the animosity was. It's just not amazing.
No, it's totally good. It's good. And I think it's fine, I would say. I guess what's so intriguing to me about it, Chris, is that it seems that it's a game, like a prototype for a game made in new conditions with new expectations, not unlike what Supermassive is doing with Dark Pictures Anthology, where, although this is a $70 game, but where it's like, we want to do this quicker. We forget that Uncharted 3 was made in like 2.5 years. It's like, that's like unfathomable. It doesn't even make any sense that they did Uncharted 2 and Uncharted 3 that quickly, but they did. And obviously expectations are different. Tech is different. It's much harder to do these things. But I think Callisto Protocol tries to wrangle all that stuff back and say, listen, this game is 8 hours long.
Yeah.
That's not going to be a problem, but you got to deliver the goods a little bit better. And so like the playtime is great. The linearity is refreshing. It just needs a little more. And I think I would like to, I don't know how the game ends. I don't know what the cliffhanger is or how it sets up for a sequel, but I'd like to see them do another one if possible. Just like you said, they've done a lot of the hard work. Now they can do a lot of design work and add things into the game that are probably needed there. And yeah, I think a lot of people have a problem with specifically the dodging mechanic, but I must admit, I read something of a little bit of a cheat, and I've done this, which is I'm playing the game on the hardest difficulty, maximum security, but I went into the accessibility options, which was recommended on one of these websites I was reading. And there's an option to just have dodge on the stick. You just hold the stick and you dodge automatically. And I was like, this makes the game so much better and so much better to play, because you play with the dodge mechanic, but you're not so worried about the timing, which frustrates you and brings you back to the previous checkpoint and all of that. So I figured out a way to both increase the difficulty and also make it more playable by balancing those accessibility options with playing on maximum security difficulty. So it's I don't know, man. I don't know that I recommend it at this price point if you're hard up on money, but I do want to encourage people to kind of give this game a look, because we might want to send a signal to them, like, good try. Like,
I want a second one, you know? Straight up. I want a second one straight up. I really feel like a second one would be awesome, because there's brief moments in this game where I'm like, this feels good, like sneaking through a bunch of them and like setting traps and like picking one up and throwing him in a spike wall and then like clubbing a guy in the head and then watching him go down. Like it's really close. It's really fucking good. I can't imagine that there's much work to be done actually to like fashioning this thing into something that's genuinely great. And that's why like I really hope we get another one. Yeah. Even if this one's not particularly amazing. I think it's a solid 7. I'd say this is a solid 7. Easy.
Yeah, probably somewhere in there. Yeah, I think you're right. Like there are some cool ass moments. I thought that there's a moment where you're falling, which I thought was so cool. And there's another moment where you're like sliding down some water that I thought it's very action oriented. It's not action in combat, but action oriented in terms of it feels like like a sci-fi action movie. Yeah. And yeah, I dig
like
it.
moving through the snow, and there's like some of them there's a bunch of like frozen people, and like some of them move and some of them don't.
It scared the shit out of me the first time that happened, dude. It literally, I was like, oh shit. I usually don't scare with like, you kind of get accustomed to jump scares or anticipate them. That actually got me a few times. And then, so you come to another area where there's a bunch of them and you're kind of just like, oh my God. And I keep going up to each one of them and bashing them to make sure that they're, but then one of them fucking springs at you. I do think that the enemy designs leave a little bit to be desired, I think. There definitely isn't that hook that Dead Space had where it's like, get the limbs, right? There's not that, because that would have been just straight ripping off Dead Space. And for the comparisons with Dead Space, like I said, it doesn't do this game any favors. It especially doesn't do it because Dead Space is just way better. I mean, there's no doubt that if you're going to buy one game or the other, you're going to buy the Dead Space remake. Unless they totally botch that, there's no way that game's going to be worse than the Callisto Protocol. But yeah, I'm happy to... I think people out there understand what I'm saying. If you've got a little bit of fluid income, if you like to buy games and try things and don't really beat yourself up for maybe an errant throw every once in a while, I think that you will maybe like what you see with the Callisto Protocol. And I think for some core gamers out there like us, I think you're going to see the framework of what could be. Not only with this series, but we have to figure out a way to make games quicker and more cheaply. And I encourage this sort of behavior, as it were. I mean, 2 generations ago, this game would have been considered in development for a long time. When Resistance 3 got 3 years, that was considered a long ass time to develop that game. So anyway, shout out to them, striking distance, and good effort.
I hope there's another one. One thing I will say, there's some reviews that are like, I think I saw one that was like a 4 out of 10. It's like, give me a break, like chill. Like it's like, I feel like we need to start being a little bit, I guess you can't be more objective, I guess, necessarily, because all reviews are subjective, but like this is not like a 3 out of 10. Like I don't know who's playing this. It's confusing.
I think people just like being hard on shit, or too congratulatory as well. This game just strikes right in the middle. And like Chris and I said, just so close. So maybe we'll see it with a sequel. I mean, a lot of people said that about, not Uncharted. The original Uncharted was better than the Callisto Protocol, I think. But a lot of people said that about Uncharted 2. Like, it's almost there. And when Uncharted 2 came out, it indeed was there. Okay. Let's get into the news, the bigger pieces of news. We can move through these relatively quickly. The first one is big. Number 1, we sometimes forget that Sony is first and foremost an electronics company, or at least that's its heritage. So it's been known to show up meaningfully at events like CES. And at their recent press conference during CES, Sony indeed showed up this time with an accessibility controller for PS5 known as Project Leonardo. As discussed on the PlayStation blog, Project Leonardo, quote, is our codename for a new highly customizable controller kit that works out of the box to help many players with disabilities play games more easily, more comfortably, and for longer periods. We've designed a highly configurable controller that works in tandem with many third-party accessibility accessories and integrates the PS5 controller to open up new ways of gaming. It is built to address common challenges faced by many players with limited motor control, including difficulty holding a controller for long periods, accurately pressing small clusters of buttons or triggers, or positioning thumbs and fingers optimally on a standard controller, end quote. The controller itself is a circular pad, and you can use one or two at a time, in addition to using one with a DualSense controller or two with a DualSense controller. The circle has 8 plates on its circumference, each taking up identical amounts of space in their standard configuration. Additionally, a single analog stick extends from the circle, making a 9th core mode of input. Thus, all of these components can be swapped out for each other, so that you can put any button anywhere on the circle, and move the stick around the circle as well. The PlayStation blog later notes, quote, Project Leonardo for PS5 is a canvas for gamers to craft their own play experience. It includes a robust kit of swappable components, including a variety of analog stick caps and buttons in different shapes and sizes. Players can use these components to craft a wide variety of control layouts, and the distance of the analog stick from the gamepad can be adjusted to suit the player's preference. These components allow players to find a configuration that works for their strength, range of motion, and particular physical need, end quote. For further customization, quote, Project Leonardo is expandable through 4 3.5mm aux ports to support a variety of external switches and third-party accessibility accessories. This enables users to integrate specialty switches, buttons, and analog sticks with the Project Leonardo controller. The external accessories can be dynamically connected or disconnected, and each can be configured to act like any other button, end quote. Finally, quote, Project Leonardo's split symmetric design allows players to reposition the analog sticks as close together or as far apart as they like. The controller lies flat and does not need to be held, so players can lay it on a tabletop or a wheelchair tray. It can be easily secured to mounts or tripods and can be oriented 360 degrees for the most comfortable use, end quote. As of yet, release timing, pricing, and other details are unknown. Dustin, we haven't heard from you for a while, so I'm curious what you think about this. This was the big announcement out of CES from Sony. We saw Crying Jim up there. It's been a while. He did a good job, I thought. And this is much needed. It's surprising that it took so long. It sounds like they've been working on it for a long time. I'm wondering what you think about it, both in terms of its form and its function.
Yeah, I think this is super cool. And something that stood out to me was just seeing how, of course, there's the Xbox controller, the accessibility controller as well, that has been a really positive impact for people that need something like that in order to play games. It's interesting to see their very different approach to doing something like this. In fact, the controller, when you first see it, almost looks, I don't know, shocking, I guess, just because you've never seen a controller that looks like that before. But clearly there's a lot of thought and intention that went into it. And this is awesome. I think this is really cool. Obviously, we want games to be accessible to as many people as possible. The controller can be a barrier, so having this as an option is fantastic. So pretty dang cool. I wonder, it's funny how I was wondering, I don't know, I was thinking in my head that for me sometimes with my thumb issues, like if I was to get surgery, could I get this, since I would and maybe be able to play with one hand easier for that period where I'd be recovering? Probably.
Yeah, I was thinking about this. I was talking about to Sharon, Rick's wife, as well. And because, he's going to, he might have some physical impairment while he's getting better. And I was like, who's looking out for, I sent her the link for PlayStation blog, the post. And I was like, who's looking out for Rick right now? Because she had expressed that to me privately. She's like, I hope that, he, when he is getting better, he's going to be able to play games fully and all of that. And I'm like, man, this is what perfect timing. Because I was making fun of him, saying like, oh, he's gonna have to play with a mouse, and he'll have every reason to want to get better. So this is a great thing. And I was wondering about it, and Chris, we'll go to you for it. Is I'm not interested in the back trigger buttons that those aren't accessibility things. Those are really for like the hardcore gamer or whatever. But I have a really hard time wrapping my head around new ways of playing games. Like I just get very stuck so I'm very stuck with the DualShock or the DualSense. But what I wonder, and I was looking at these controllers, I'm like, I wonder if just having for just a normal, everyday player, having one of these might be useful in certain games to like make them more playable for even those without disabilities. So I wonder if there's a way for Sony to kind of market this for everybody as a way that not only can you do this whole range of things for accessibility to make games playable for people that can't play them currently, which is awesome, but also that it's like a way to, like I was thinking about it, looking at it, like it would be interesting to play with a DualShock controller in my left hand and have this thing on my lap and play Civilization or something like that. Right?
Yeah.
Or, stuff like that. So what do you think about this product?
I think it's cool. I think anything like this is a very easy win, in my opinion. It's just like, this is, in my opinion, what accessibility in games means. When people say like, oh, we need more accessibility in games, it's like, okay, this I understand. It's not so much changing the fundamental design philosophies behind games that are supposed to be, difficult and challenging by nature, but more so giving people who are not able to interact with those design philosophies a way to do so in a way that suits them the best. And so I think this is cool. It looks cool. It's like a dope bit of kit. I do think for things like that, for like something like Civilization, this could probably be like a really good thing. Simultaneously though, I feel like for the average person, it's going to be like a very limited scope of like maybe like Sim City, like
well, that's what I'm saying. Like certain games, right? Like you could just imagine making like very customizable suites of button options for games that
now
for anyone.
Something about that though is like you said you used to play Civilization on a keyboard, right?
Right. Oh well, no. Well, I played on my laptop. So yeah.
Well, right. But you didn't play with a controller on your laptop. Did you?
No. Never.
Yeah. So what I mean is like if you have the option to just plug in a keyboard to your PS5 to play Civilization, or learn how to use this really strange piece of like, are you like, what's the likelihood that you're going to go for the weird controller that's going to like take some getting used to versus the thing you very intimately understand in relation to that specific game?
Yeah, it's interesting because they might have like I don't know. They might have something like that could be, I guess what I'm saying is that they might have something that could be broader than
no, it would be cool. I'm curious about I've been curious about these for a while. Like I actually wanted to get the Xbox one for a while, just out of sheer curiosity. It's like because surely if someone with severe like motor dysfunction or disability can use these to get on more or less a more equal playing field that as a person who doesn't have those issues, surely someone without those issues could probably take advantage of that too. And I was just curious as to how good I could get with that accessibility controller at something that I'm really used to playing. But then I thought, I'm still playing with the claw. Like I'm still playing claw grip because it's so ingrained in my head that that's how I play games. I have controllers with back paddles. I understand that I don't need to elongate my finger in this eldritch fashion over the face buttons, but I do anyway because it's just like how I know how to play. And at a certain point, it's just like I know how I play. I know I'm probably not going to alter it. It's set in stone. I'm too old. If I was like 6, maybe. Or like 7. I could probably relearn, but
what I'm interested in this too, though, is Chris's price and availability. How many of these things? So it comes with all of the different pieces and permutations. I think with one of the circles. So how much will that be, and when will it be available, and how will it compare to the adaptive controller that Xbox released by the time this thing comes out 5 years before, and really set the stage for doing this properly. So it's going to be really interesting. I'm happy to see it. It's cool. I think I really look at it to my earlier point, and I see so much function in this thing that goes, because you look at the adaptive controller, and I don't see any function for me in that controller, right? As a able-bodied gamer, it's something it's like it sits on your lap, so you already have your hands kind of constricted to that space, right? And there's less customization. But when I see something like this, I see something for everyone. And I really am like, I could see it for speed running games. I can see it for making games easier or quicker in some way. I think about Mega Man and how you could do something like that with because just using the analog stick but then playing almost like a fight stick, with the different buttons. Should be pretty interesting. I know they don't want to play that off because it's probably not very sensitive, but they could at some point. Okay. Let's move on. Number 2. During his address at Sony CES Showcase, PlayStation CEO Jim Ryan announced that PlayStation 5 has surpassed 30 million units sold. Quite the feat for a console that's now only entering its 26th month on the market. At 30 million, PlayStation 5 has long since surpassed Microsoft's original Xbox and Nintendo's GameCube, both launched a week apart in 2001 and both millions behind each the PS5. At 30 million, it's now virtually tied with Atari's seminal 2600 console and just south of Sega's 1989 console Genesis, known in most of the world as Mega Drive. Once it reaches 33 million, it will have outsold Nintendo 64. From there, the climb gets steeper. SNES is at nearly 50 million, and the NES is around 60 million. According to website Video Games Chronicle, Sony still intends on selling 18 million units in its fiscal year ending March 31st. They'd have to push some 7 million units over 3 months to do so. However, Jim Ryan notes that there should be no more supply constraints, and that anyone who wants a PS5 should be able to reasonably find one at this point. So this will no doubt help move more units. Not much more to say here, Dustin, though. I keep, just so people understand when we talk about sales, I simply bring up the consoles that it had just passed, not as any other sign that it just represent where it is in the pantheon of game sales. So we are surpassing the pantheon, long since surpassed Vita, all that Wii U. I mean, so then then it passed Xbox, GameCube. Now it's going to pass Atari 2600. It's going to pass Genesis. Then it's going to get into NES or SNES territory. Then it's going to get into NES territory. And then there's a huge gap until you get to where you would go from there. So it's certainly making a climb at a clip of more than 1 million units sold a month, which is very, very healthy indeed. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, the other thing too that I think is important to note is just that he may be crying, but he ain't lying about the stock, because all during Christmas break, anytime I was I think I went to Target 1 or 2 times, and I unfortunately was in a Walmart 1 time, but I always look. And PS5s are everywhere. At least here in Butler, Pennsylvania, I saw many of PS5s in stores during the holiday season, before and after. So clearly they did sort out some stock related things. So if you are looking for one, it's available. And I really wonder going forward now, I mean, man, hopefully they can keep this going, because when Spider-Man 2 comes out, it's another huge system seller that they're going to want to have.
And a bundle.
Stock. A bundle and stock on the shelf ready to go, because for a lot of people, that will be the game that will sell them on the console.
How are you feeling, Chris, about these sales numbers? For people that are interested, the velocity is lower than PS4 at this point, but it's because of stock constraints. So we don't know if it will adjust. What do you think?
I think it's good. I think it's finally, it took us a hot minute there. It's 2023. We're finally there.
I know the console came out in 2020. It's funny.
It took almost, well, let's be fair. It's not literally 3 years, but on paper it's 3 years.
Yeah, 3 calendar years.
I'm glad we're finally at this point where we can finally stop kind of hinging on this, or at least start to stop hinging on the supply constraint excuse, which has kind of gone on for a while. It's not necessarily it's a reason, but at the same time, it's been kind of annoying to talk about sales through the lens of supply constraints, and it's nice to just have those everywhere. You pick one up at your local Hallmark now, probably. But one thing I will say, like we talked earlier before we even got into the news part of the show about things that things that we call different, like you mentioned innuendo, and not knowing that was a word, or like what you were saying. I guess I just learned today that the Mega Drive wasn't like a specific thing. Like I did not know that was just the Genesis.
Oh yeah, it's just the Genesis in other territories.
I always thought the Mega Drive was that what was that, like, plug-in CD thing?
That's the 32X and the Sega CD.
The 32X. That's why I didn't remember it, because it was just a number and a letter. God damn it.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel like a dang fool.
No, it's never had one of those things. Yeah, we wouldn't know in the States. For our foreign listeners who all know Mega Drive and not Genesis, I didn't hear the term. No one knew what the fuck a Mega Drive was in the United States in the 90s. No one heard that word ever. I was in games and I in the ecosystem, playing them, reading magazines, talking about them. I never heard one person say that term. And I had to learn that too, but it was a while ago when I learned it, but that's not fundamental knowledge because in our market, it was a genesis. And also you weren't around really for much. So.
Well, I only had a Genesis and it was like my sister's, Mega Drive, and I didn't really get to play it. So I had the Mega Drive, but I had no idea what it was called.
All right, let's move on to the next one here. And congratulations to Sony on getting that all solid. That's great news for the consumer. And I'm sure they're happy. They're selling more units at a higher price around the world. It's still at $499.99 here in the States. I really want to know, by the way, the split between... Dustin, do you ever see discless ones?
Usually lately, they're all God of War bundles, almost exclusively.
I've never seen a discless PS4 ever.
Yeah,
in the wild.
I don't think I have either.
They're in black boxes, right? Instead of white?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen them. I wonder how many of those they're actually selling. I mean, that's the one I wanted, but I don't even know if they're making very many of them. So, anyway.
Yeah, I don't know.
Number 3. Late in December, during the height of our holiday break, a tantalizing story broke via reliable Japanese-centric website Gamatsu. There, the site wrote about a Taiwanese game rating board rating for a PlayStation 5 title called Silent Hill Short Message. As noted within the story, this is actually the second time we've heard about this title, the first being back in September, when the South Korean Games Rating Board rated a title called Silent Hill The Short Message, a slightly different title through translation that also lacked any sort of target hardware. But we haven't only received a title and target hardware, but also an official description, translated from its native Chinese, traditional Chinese, by Gamatsu, which reads, quote, Anita came to an abandoned apartment in order to meet her friend Maya, and somehow woke up to find herself trapped in it. She must escape her own fears and the monsters lurking in the corridors, discover the truth behind the events she's trapped in, and try to escape before her own trauma consumes her will to survive, end quote. The text is accompanied by generic-looking psychological horror box art. Now, what's peculiar and seemingly notable about this is that if we're interpreting this properly, the short message is a potential 5th Silent Hill game currently in development, all circling around publisher and IP owner Konami. You may recall our reporting back in October of 2022 when Konami revealed 4 Silent Hill games. Silent Hill F, which is meant to continue the core series beyond 2012's Downpour, a remake of the famous 2001 PS2 survival horror game Silent Hill 2, which is being led by Bloober Team, a story-driven game called Townfall being published by Annapurna Interactive, and finally a nebulous so-called experience called Ascension. While specific platforms for 3 of those 4 games are unknown, the Silent Hill 2 remake, potentially the nearest to release of the 4 titles, is a PlayStation 5 console exclusive, at least timed, and this new mysterious short message sounds the same, potentially linking the 2 products. Silent Hill first launched on PS1 in 1999, and during its heyday, it was led by an internal Konami group called Team Silent. It has since been in the hands of several other developers, and of course, that core team went on to Sony later, at least some of them, to make Gravity Rush. So, Chris, let's go to you first. Any interest in this? What do you think this is? Is it a prelude or a prologue to Silent Hill 2 remake? Is it a 5th game? The way they describe it is that it sounds kind of small. Anita came to an abandoned apartment in order to meet her friend Maya and somehow woke up to find herself trapped in it. She must escape her own fears and the monsters lurking in the corridors. So is it a prelude? Is it like, what is this?
I would have to, I feel like, wasn't there a game recent, like in the last like year or two, that did something very similar to this, where they had like this random kind of almost like under the table, like kind of spin-off / prelude that led it.
This sounds like they did it with Metal Gear back in the day, but this sounds familiar.
This sounds very recently familiar to me, but the name is escaping me.
Does anything strike you there?
No.
Yeah. Go on.
I'm trying to think.
Fuck, I remember. This is gonna bother somebody in the comments is gonna know for sure. Like, please refresh my memory because I'm gonna be checking, and I'm it's bothering me that I don't remember. But I have to imagine that this is going to be. This feels like a prelude. A prelude to what is kind of. These aren't Silent Hill 2 characters, are they?
I don't know. I will look in a second. I wanted to answer your question. Are you thinking of Ghostwire Tokyo Prelude, the corrupted case file?
That's what it was.
That was it was released on PlayStation, Steam, and Epic. So I'm sure it's on Game Pass now too, March 8th of 2022. So that must be what you were talking about.
Right.
And it's an action adventure text-based game.
Yeah, it's a completely different genre to obviously the main game. This, I don't imagine. I haven't played Silent Hill 2 in a long time. I don't remember really much about it, but these names don't feel familiar to me. So like, I don't know if
Yeah, James Sunderland is the main character in Silent Hill 2.
Yeah,
and it's just
I don't imagine. Yeah. The thing is, like, if it's a prelude, it can't be to Silent Hill 2 because that wouldn't really make a lot of sense. Or at least, like, or maybe it could. I have to imagine it's probably a prelude for one of their newer projects.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
That's kind of what I'm imagining because
Project F or whatever.
Silent Hill 2 doesn't need a prelude. Everybody kind of knows what to expect out of that. There's no real reason to delve into that. I don't know. Silent Hill 2 is the one that that's the one that I'm most focused on. Like that's the one that I have the most excitement for, just because I know what it's going to be. I actually feel like Bloober Team is weirdly like a pretty good fit for that, given like the kind of things that they try to emulate, and given a lot of their issues that I have with their individual games. A lot of them come down to writing and independent game design. And when all of that's kind of done for them, all they have to nail is environment and just getting it right. But I don't know how close that one is, man. Like, I don't know how close Silent Hill 2 is. Do you think that's coming out this year, you think?
I think so. I think that's what they said, right?
It feels right.
Let me see. A remake. Oh, no, it doesn't have a date. Development. No, it doesn't have a date.
But
I'm sorry.
But the thing about it is that this one's rated on a Taiwanese gaming board, right? It's been rated.
This new one has been rated twice. First in South Korea and then Taiwan. Right.
So this is really, really close then. But then
presumably so, yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they're trying to do. Maybe this is kind of like a similar like Ground Zeroes type situation. Not exactly, but like where they put out this kind of prelude, and then a year later, it's kind of the main thing.
That's what I was thinking.
So it's definitely not. Yeah, so it's definitely not Silent Hill 2. I think it's one of the bigger, probably Townfall, I would imagine.
Yeah, Konami. Like we were saying earlier, Konami had a history of doing that. At the time, Ground Zeroes was looked at. People were so annoyed by that, and I was too. I just was like, just so stupid. It was like 2 hours long or something like that. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean the narrative content was pretty. You could do a lot in it, to be fair, because it just uses the MGS5 sandbox, which is amazing. But it didn't need to be its own thing. Wasn't the whole story about that? It was like it got pushed out because they needed some deliverables from Kojima or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
They needed to make money on this thing.
Yeah, something
like now.
I think that's what it was. Yeah, that they needed some revenue or something. It's interesting. No wonder it was going so south with them during the development of that game. Okay. Let's move on. Number 4. Wait, Dustin, did I skip you?
I don't really have anything to add.
Okay.
I think that it sounds like it's some kind of demo prequel thing for one of the new projects, most likely.
All right. Well, I'll stick with you on this next one.
Okay.
Number 4. In a celebratory and candid letter addressed specifically to The Last of Us' fanbase, series visionary and co-lead of Naughty Dog, Neil Druckmann, spilled the beans about some interesting details concerning the very important and very contentious PlayStation franchise. First things first, The Last of Us franchise has now surpassed 37 million copies sold across its 4 core games. 2013's The Last of Us on PS3, 2014's remastered version on PS4, its 2020 sequel on PS4, and finally its overhaul in the form of PlayStation 5's The Last of Us Part 1, which launched in 2022. Those are huge sales. From the first party, only Gran Turismo, MLB The Show, Uncharted, and God of War are ahead of it, a big-time stake in a family renowned for exclusives. But what's perhaps most interesting here is Neil teasing the 10th anniversary of The Last of Us, which is this June. Incredibly, the original came to PlayStation 3 in June of 2013, nearly a decade ago. As such, he writes in part, quote, "Later this year, we'll begin to offer you some details on our ambitious The Last of Us multiplayer game, ellipsis. The project is shaping up to be a fresh new experience from our studio, but one rooted in Naughty Dog's passion for delivering incredible stories, characters, and gameplay," end quote. A new piece of art is embedded in the blog post as well, showing another glimpse at this tantalizing follow-up to The Last of Us' shockingly awesome factions mode. The art shows a beach decaying cruise ship laying across a road, and as someone who lived in San Francisco for 10 years, I can guarantee you that's the Embarcadero in this city, solidifying the Northern California city as the game's setting, something indicated in the previous art shown too. Neil also reiterates 2 important dates, January 15th and March 3rd. On January 15th, The Last of Us' HBO show launches, while in March, The Last of Us Part 1 comes to PC. If you're interested in more of The Last of Us, 2 recently published pieces are highly recommended. One in The Hollywood Reporter and the other in The New Yorker, both focusing on the HBO show and the game series alike, with a ton of interesting interviews and anecdotes within. One is that The Last of Us was originally licensed by Screen Gems, with Sam Raimi attached to direct. However, Druckmann balked at the idea, as the movie guys wanted to do something more akin to World War Z. That option lapsed. Once Chernobyl came to HBO in 2019, Craig Mazin, who helped create that show, linked up with Druckmann. The two pitched to HBO on their vision of a series based on the game, and it was reportedly licensed before the meeting was over. So they didn't even get out of the room before they signed the deal, which is really great. So a few things here, Dustin. I don't even know where to begin. Do you have anything you want to say about this?
Yeah, well, it's funny. It feels like there's a lot of information, but it also feels like there's nothing new. Like there's a new image and that it's coming this year, which is cool. But this is one of those games where I'm kind of, as far as factions, I'm like, okay, let's see what's going on. We've been theorizing and talking, thinking, what could it be? It's nice to know that it's this year, I guess. But, yeah. That Last of Us show, it's sneaking up on us. I mean, the 15th, that's 10 days away from now recording day, which is super soon.
Well, to be clear, he says we'll get details later this year.
Right. Oh, details. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go.
I wouldn't expect the game this year.
Yeah.
Dustin, I'm sorry, Chris, you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I was like smiling a little bit earlier because it's like the 4 core games and like 3 of them are the same one. But I think I don't know. It's interesting to hear that Sam Raimi was attached to direct this, or at least at one point.
Yeah, like the film version that Screen Gems wanted to do was going to be directed by Sam Raimi. Yeah,
that's fascinating. I can't even imagine that. It would be such a different tone. I love Sam Raimi though, so maybe I'm just like that sticks out to me like pretty hard. But I don't know, man. I think the fact that we're getting details on the multiplayer project this year, like later this year, doesn't fill me with a lot of confidence. Not necessarily that it's going to be bad, but it's more about like whether or not this is going to land this year. I think previously we kind of set it in our anticipation for like probably coming out this year, and that might still be possible. Maybe like even something along holiday break is if you're doing a live service game, you don't necessarily need to hit like before Black Friday type situations, especially if you're working with like a really storied franchise and then you're trying to hit this free to play market, which we know they're trying to hit because they hired the Epic Games guy. Did Naughty Dog hire that guy, or did PlayStation in general, Sony, hire that guy to like oversee a bunch of projects?
Which person?
That guy who was like in charge of monetization for Fortnite.
Oh yeah, Naughty Dog themselves. I'm sorry, yeah, Naughty Dog themselves hired him.
Yeah. I mean, how do you guys feel about, like, do you think it's gonna land this year then? If we're still not really hearing that many details,
I really don't. I mean, I don't think it's going to come out this
not.
Year. Yeah, I don't know what.
That's my gut.
People have written in, and I just, because we have so little to talk about of substance in terms of what we think is coming. Like, there's going to be, you would have to assume, some sort of event. I don't know if it's going to be a stream or a conference or something. They have to talk soon. It's a little weird. It was cool. Hey, by the way, one thing I noticed, and I said this in our Discord at the CES conference, something to pay attention to, this can't possibly be an accident, is Jim Ryan was standing in front, talking, doing his thing, talking, and at some point, they changed the slides behind him. At one point, there was, PlayStation does that slide with the vertical shots of the different teams or the different games, and they had 5 behind him, and what was in the middle? Dreams. And when I saw that, I was like, really? That's not an accident. I mean, I don't know that means anything, but what that certainly indicates is that game's not going anywhere, and they probably have future plans for it, which we've long indicated. I mean, PS5, PSVR 2, PC, these are all obvious locales for it to go. But I think the mystery persists. It's even a greater mystery now because we're in the year. We're in 2023 now, and we still don't really know very much at all. What do I think is going to come out this year? Spider-Man 2, Helldivers 2 will probably come out this year. I don't know.
Bloodborne 2.
Bloodborne 2.
I was just putting that out there.
Call of the Mountain. Yeah. If you want that.
There's stuff. There's gonna be a lot, especially from third party. But
certainly.
I don't know.
Yeah, this will be a great year for third party, and maybe they look at that and say we don't really have much to worry about right now.
Dude, I was looking through. I was looking through because I was on stream and I was just looking through like some of the games that are coming out this year. This year's gonna be ridiculous. This actually, just looking at the stuff that's supposed to come out this year is like very stressful because it's like a lot of stuff that has pretty high potential.
All right, let's move on. Number 5. I try not to even think about that, by the way, because it just gives me agita.
Isn't it scary?
In what can only be described as an incredibly wise idea, independent developer IO Interactive announced that it's folding its entire reimagined Hitman experiences into a single product, which will be called the World of Assassination. For the uninitiated, IO launched the original Hitman all the way back in 2000 when Codename 47 came to PC. A sequel followed in 2002 when the game debuted on console via PlayStation 2, and that run of Hitman games concluded with 2012's Absolution on PS3. In 2016, a reimagined Hitman, simply called Hitman, came to PlayStation 4, followed by a sequel in 2018 and a third game in 2021. During this time, IO Interactive became an independent developer after 13 years under Japanese publisher Square Enix and Eidos. They broke away from the company along with the IP in 2017, and now we come to this news. As of January 26th, in just a few weeks, Hitman 3, the newest release, will be rebranded as the aforementioned World of Assassination. If you own Hitman 3, you'll get this upgrade for free, which will include all maps, missions, and modes from the 2016 Hitman, as well as its sequel. And better yet, quote, we're drastically simplifying the purchasing experience for new players. Hitman World of Assassination will be the single available option to start playing, end quote. In other words, no confusing cut-up nonsense. And for those who will own the games, but not all or even some of the DLC, there will be prorated options for you, so you aren't left out in the cold. IO, which also made some non-Hitman games, in particular 2007's Kane and Lynch and its 2010 sequel, as well as the charming 2009 action game Mini Ninjas, which I loved, all on PS3, is currently working on an officially licensed 007 game, which it is self-publishing. Dylan Paulson wrote in and said, welcome back from break. Hitman 3 is being renamed to Hitman World of Assassination. What do we think of this rename? Does it lessen the confusion of the multiple products, or does changing the name of a 3-year-old game increase confusion from prospective consumers? Chris, I'm curious what you think of this. We'll go to you first because you're a fan of the series, and I think this is wise and long overdue, and the exact game that needed to happen. I think that them doing this, first of all, the purchasing, saying like you don't have any options. Like you buy Hitman World of Assassination, you're just going to get everything. If you own pieces of it, then you'll get prorated versions of it, but you're not going to get those options if you are not a partial owner. So this funnels everyone into the same product. It's actually a great idea. And if you own Hitman 3, there's no confusion because you just get it. So I love it personally.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. It's a great idea. It's a perfect game to do it too, because I just feel like their general episodic approach to game design kind of was a little bit confusing when they started up this new kind of run of Hitman games. I remember it's like they did it in like a telltale way.
Yeah, it was episodic. Square Enix was really interested in doing that. You'll recall that that was around the same time Life is Strange was doing, and Life is Strange 2. Like Square Enix really wanted that episodic money, and they thought this was a good way to do it.
Yeah, it was a little weird, and 3 I felt was like a great package because it just didn't do any of that. And what's so cool, in my opinion, about Hitman is that it's this series that kind of exists in this very, I don't want to say stagnant because that has a negative connotation, but Hitman 1, 2, and 3 are not really all that different from each other. It's just different sets of, it's different game design and it's different level design, but it's fundamentally the same experience, just with varying themes and stuff like that. So I think folding those games together works in a way that it probably wouldn't for games that kind of undergo large mechanical overhauls over their lifespan. Like I don't think you could I don't think you could necessarily fold every Assassin's Creed game into the same, you know what I mean? Like it wouldn't scale in the same way. So I think this is really cool. I think it simplifies stuff. And to answer the question, does it lessen the confusion of multiple products, or does changing a name of a 3-year-old game increase confusion? It definitely is simplifying. The part of me wishes Destiny 2 would do that already. It bothers me that Destiny 2 is called Destiny 2. I want it to just be Destiny. It frustrates me seeing that too. It's frustrating. I don't know why. It probably doesn't make sense, but it's irritating.
No, it is irritating, and I think that as someone who has rebranded the company, once you have that idea, you got to put your shoulder into it and do it, because the longer you put it off, the worse the pain is going to be on the other side. So when we changed from Colin's Last Stand to Last Stand Media in 2021, when we made that decision, I'm like, we got to just do it. Let's just do it. Because if we put it off and try to think about it too much, it's just the problem's going to linger. And so that would be nice. I think Bungie is an example of, they could get away with that too. Just call it Destiny. And that would be pretty interesting. But I agree with you. This lessens confusion, particularly, like I said, and Dustin, will go to you because of the two things. If you own Hitman 3, it's just going to turn into this. You're not even going to notice. And number two, And if you own Hitman 3, you're getting everything from the old Hitman games. So for free, as I'm reading this. So it's all going into the game. So so they're saying there's just one thing to buy, one thing for now. And if you happen to own the other stuff, we're not going to charge you the full $70. We'll prorate you. So this couldn't have been done any better, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, and I think some important context for if you're not familiar with these three games is that if you have Hitman 3 currently, you could put in, like, if you had it digitally or physically, you could import those levels into Hitman 3, right? So for me, if I wanted to tell everybody, which I do mean this, that everyone should go play these games, it was a weird recommendation because it would be like, well, you should start at the beginning. But if you really want to have the best experience, you should probably buy Hitman 1, 2, and 3 and play the Hitman 1 missions in Hitman 3 in order to get them on a newer engine, run them on PS5, higher frame rate, stuff like that. So, and that's one of those things where if you're recommending that to someone, it's like, oh, you want me, in order to play these, I need to buy all three of them at the same time. And this just, like you guys have been saying, totally eliminates any confusion. And I have to reiterate, Hitman, these games are fucking awesome. Like, so I feel like Hitman 1, 2, and 3 are probably I feel like they are underappreciated 100%. For what they are. And it is, I think they did get off to a bad start because, like you guys were saying, the episodic nature of the original, I think, came at a bad time where people were kind of over the episodic nature and were annoyed by it for a Hitman game. I think in hindsight, though, it made a lot of sense in that if you just play through all three of these games and just play each mission one time, you are playing the game wrong, like completely. This game is all about your first time playing a mission is just to like get a lay of the land and see what's going on. But there are so many different ways that you can complete each mission that it gets so addicting. Like, maybe if I stood over here with a sniper rifle and I brought in this equipment, I'd be able to do this. Or maybe I could blow someone up, or maybe I can shoot someone into their own grave. Like, there's so much creativity in these games. I cannot recommend them enough. And it seems like the best way to do it would be to, I know at least on Steam, Hitman 3 was on sale for like $20. Buy it now, or go get a disc of Hitman 3 for probably super cheap. And then you'll be good to go in just whenever they do this update. January 26th. So, yeah, like I said, can't recommend these games enough. Yeah. So good.
I've been also just want to say the second, just a shout out very specifically before we move on. Second mission of Hitman 3 is one of the best things I've ever played.
Mm-hmm.
Ever, across everything. So just, just putting that out there.
I agree.
It's interesting that, we know Square Enix is consolidating internally, getting rid of things. And we remarked how little they seem to have gotten for Tomb Raider and all the Crystal and all the studios and all the different IP, about $300 million, which seemed like a fire sale. And I often reflect on IO Interactive walking away from Square Enix just a few years before that, seemingly for free with Hitman, indicating that Square Enix was probably able to take a write down on that, but on their taxes that year, which is, I'm sure, substantial for them. But it indicates that there was not much of a market to even try to sell this thing or sell this studio, that they just let them go. And maybe that was a good faith thing, but I doubt it, because the evidence with Crystal and the others is that they want to extract value if they can out of these things. And I say that only because IO Interactive is now one of the biggest independent AAA developers in the world, and it's probably worth much more than the nothing that Square Enix got for them when they walked away in their consolidative efforts. So it's a very interesting story. And also what's interesting about Hitman 2 and Hitman 3, the reiterated ones, the new ones, all published by different entities. Hitman 1 was published by Square Enix. Hitman 2 was published by WB. Hitman 3, as a second party game, Hitman 3 was published internally. So interesting there too. But they control all of it. They own all of it. And I think this is a wonderful idea. And I think we're going to see games like Gran Turismo eventually go this route. I think we're going to see games, hopefully like sports games like Madden, EA might not be a good example because I doubt they would do that, but hopefully we'll start seeing more platform level things that bring players in, keep a standard of content, and specifically just add on to the content. So you imagine a sports game, it's just like the rosters are always up to date, right? No matter what, but you're just in the game. This is the game. Then we'll have little patches every few months. It's so much more efficient. We were talking earlier with the Callisto Protocol about how that game is trying to be made in a different way, an old way. And this might be another way to circumvent cost, but it's also going to be a circumvention of money's made. And they're going to have a hard time doing that. Anyway, I digress. These final two we can get through quickly. This one I wanted to write out because I was shocked to read it. Number 6, business publication Bloomberg reports something both unsurprising considering the economy and yet deeply surprising considering the subject. Wizards of the Coast is canceling most of its slate of upcoming video games. But before we get into the details, how about some background? Wizards of the Coast is the mega famous brand behind the most popular customizable card game ever, Magic the Gathering. And fueled by the success of that game, Wizards of the Coast purchased TSR, the creators of the Dungeons & Dragons series, in the late 90s for a comically low $25 million. I wanted to stop there real quick. I went and looked that up. $25 million is all they paid for Dungeons & Dragons. I can't even... That is fucking highway robbery and actually insane. During this time, it also launched what is the second most popular customizable card game of all time, though it did so with a license, Pokemon. All of this success courted Rhode Island-based toy company Hasbro, owner of my beloved G.I. Joe, and they paid nearly $500 million for the Wizards of the Coast brand and catalog in 1999. So again, I want to stop here. TSR is purchased by Wizards of the Coast for $25 million. They merge, they bundle it all together, then sell themselves for many times the value in just a couple of years. Well done. With the context, we can fast forward to today, to a time when competition is increasing, as is cost, and Wizards of the Coast is in a bit of trouble, enough that it's making significant reductions. However, Wizards' issues aren't relegated just to its brand. As Bloomberg notes, Hasbro itself is down a staggering 40% in value year over year. And what the cancellations mean for Wizards' growing stable of fully owned developers is unclear. It owns teams like Took Games, the studio behind 2021's D&D game Dark Alliance, and other teams yet to put out a game like Archetype, Skeleton Key, and Atomic Arcade. D&D themed PC game Baldur's Gate 3 from Larian is also due out in 2023, a boon for a struggling brand. According to Bloomberg, Hasbro PR told the publication that the brand is, quote, committed to using digital games, end quote, in a future, but, quote, made some changes to our long-term portfolio to focus on games which are strategically aligned with developing our existing brands and those which show promise in expanding or engaging our audience in new ways, end quote. In other words, they're going to continue making digital D&D games and digital Magic games. I would imagine everything else is folded down. There are some second-party studios of renown working on Wizards games. It's unclear how many games they had announced at first. I went and looked it up. You could find 5, 6, and 7, depending on what you read. So this indicates that almost everything's canceled. It said 5 games in Bloomberg. So you assume that doesn't count Baldur's Gate 3, which would be the 6th game, and then maybe some other mystery D&D game. I don't know. I don't think you guys have anything to say about this. I just thought it was a surprising situation because Wizards of the Coast was very bullish as of 6 months ago. Skeleton Key, the studio that they own, opened 6 months ago. So something has materially changed. And I think it's more Hasbro dragging them down than them being dragged down by economic realities, but we'll see.
Well, that was the one ironic thing that I was thinking. I was thinking about this last night. There's a new Company Man, one of Colin and I's favorite YouTubers, about the Furby, the fad of the Furby. I was thinking about it, I'm like, I'm not in touch with like toys and what kids are really interested in, but I feel like fads like that are dead. And I was thinking, do kids even, there are always going to be toys for kids, but it seems like there's just less and less interest as kids want to play video games instead of play with toys. There's actually a joke in Violent Night about that, where he's like pulling stuff, David Harbour as Santa's pulling stuff out of his the sack, and he's like, another game. And so it's interesting connecting it back to this, in that just if Hasbro is seeing itself go down year over year, it sounds like it might be video games eating their lunch. So maybe you should continue to focus on making your own video games. Would be a start if that's the way the market's shifting. But that's just me thinking about, like, hypothesizing. I don't really know much about toys, but it makes sense to me.
No, there's no doubt. I love toys, and I grew up in an era, as you guys did. I think my era was a little more pronounced though, where that was like toys were everything, and it's just simply not the case anymore. I kind of gauge things anecdotally through my nieces and nephews, and it's really just my nephew Dash, who's in 5th grade. He still plays with Legos, and he likes G.I. Joe, and he loves Warhammer, which I think is fucking hysterical. He got like paints and stuff for Christmas. Nice. And I'm like, oh my God.
That's awesome.
And so he's kind of, he and I guess similar kin are keeping it alive, but you can see the gravity of video games. What's so funny though, is that we also had video games. I don't know what's really changed. I know the nature of video games have changed, but not the amount we played them. Certainly not. It's, in other words, I feel like games are more satisfying to contemporary children. There's more there, but it's not like I could have played video games all day, every day when I was a kid. There was plenty to play. It was just, we did other things too. We played outside. We played with toys. I had action figures.
I think there is a difference though, because I don't think we existed in a time, although maybe me and Dustin kind of like saw the beginnings of this, where video games used to be what they like. It used to be like what they were. Like, it's just like, okay, even just like what we were talking about earlier, like these games from like 2009 or like something like Dead Space or Gears of War 2 or Bayonetta, where it's like these things were like paced really, really well. Like they didn't keep your attention for hundreds upon hundreds of hours, like a game like Destiny, or even just like a modern Assassin's Creed, which is like 200 hours or some nonsense, or even just like things like Fortnite that are like, hey, you've got to log in today because today is when the Spider-Man skin is up and you don't want to miss the Spider-Man skin, do you? I feel like there are a lot more tendrils kind of pulling people into video games now than there used to be, because I feel like the line between just video games and even just something like social media has kind of blurred, and they've kind of almost become somewhat of the same vertical in a lot of people's experience anyway. Like that's what I see. Because when we were kids, we'd play Pokemon or whatever for a long time, but that was kind of an isolated thing. It wasn't like I have to log in today to get my Pikachu or else I'm never going to get my Pikachu again. It was like, it's just like a different, and I'm not saying that's what Pokemon is right now. I'm just saying, like, as far as like game design has evolved, it's a very different time. So maybe that has something to do with it. I think it does.
I wonder if there's an aspect too that just games are so much cheaper now that it is more available for kids to buy, or even for their parents to buy more games or get them Game Pass or what, or PS Plus or whatever. That it's just like the kids. I remember being kind of bored with games at certain points because I played everything or was bored of the games I had, and I wasn't getting any new games until the next birthday or Christmas or something like that. And now, I mean, it's obviously I can't have the same perspective as an adult where I can spend as much, not unlimited, but I could reasonably buy whatever game I want. So, but I don't know. Obviously, I mean, you look at the Toys R Us catalog from the 90s and seeing a Super Nintendo game for $80 then. It's a big difference.
Yeah, totally. And we live in a land of plenty, which I think in an era of plenty, which I think is relevant. And it's things Chris touched on a little bit, which is like not only the constant checking in, but just phones, free to play, race to the bottom, whales, and all the different ways that economies are sustained now. We didn't really have that. So it is different. And big selling games back then didn't sell the way they do now. And it was unheard of for a game to sell 10 million copies. I have no idea what, until you got to, specific first party banger hits, did anything sell that much. And, for the respective console. So we are certainly in a different era now. And that's true.
But I remember Furbies, and I had many Christmases with many toys. Like I remember specifically the Spider-Man web, the silly string in the Spider-Man gauntlet. That shit was fucking awesome. But they can't infinitely monetize that. You know, once you realize that like you didn't have to get Spider-Man brand silly string, you could just get silly string at like a fucking like a Party City or something. It suddenly became it's a lot easier to monetize games than it is to monetize toys. And I think that's ultimately what is happening.
And I just want to say I like Furbies. I think they're cool. I wish I still had a Furby.
The thing that fucked me up about Furby though is I remember taking the batteries out. And I remember throwing the batteries out. I was like, these batteries don't work anymore, or something was wrong with them. And I turned around and the Furby was like moving still. And that fucked me up. That like bothered me like for a real, like I immediately like put it I was like, get this in the living room, get this away. Because that should not be possible.
Have you seen Long Furby?
Don't mention that. Dude, I've seen Long Furby. I don't need to see it again.
I need to send this to Colin. So some people are making like these eldritch creature versions of Furby, the Long Furby.
Let's see here. I'm clicking.
And I'm a big fan. I would love to have a Long Furby. Dude. Everyone go on Google, search for a Long Furby. Chris.
That's truly unfortunate.
Dude, there's some that have like antlers and people that make them have spider legs.
I'm tired.
It's so good.
It's not.
It's a good thing.
Sorry, I was
away
muted.
from this.
Okay. Let's move on to this final one, number 7. We can go through quickly. It's time once again, as it is each month, to go over PlayStation Plus's so-called free games, this time for the month of January, the very month we're in. As of the time you're hearing this, the following games will be available for you to download if you're a PlayStation Plus subscriber. As PS Plus is now a 3-tiered system, it's worth noting these freebies are for all subs, regardless of level. Add them to your download list. The biggest of the 3 games available is beyond a doubt Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, which can be downloaded on both PS4 and PS5. It first launched on PS4 in 2019 and came natively to PlayStation 5 in 2021. Developed by EA-owned developer Respawn, the studio behind Titanfall and Apex Legends, this freebie is timely, as Fallen Order's direct sequel, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, comes to PlayStation 5 via Respawn on March 17th. Also available on both PS4 and PS5 is old-school-style Metroidvania Axiom Verge 2, developed by friend of the show Tom Happ and launched on PS4 in 2021 and PS5 in 2022, last year, not now. And in an interesting agnostic move, Fallout 76 will also be free for players on PlayStation 4. Fallout 76 came to PS4 in 2018, and since then, publisher Bethesda, its whole fleet of studios, and its IP have all been purchased by Xbox, making moves like this not uncommon, but certainly rarer than ever. Not a bad month at all, I don't think, personally. Anything here for anyone that they want to check out?
I'm trying to think.
Doesn't sound like it.
I mean, I've already played Fallen Order, but it's fantastic. So definitely check that out if you haven't already. Axiom Verge 2, I haven't played the first one, so I feel like I need to play that first. But Colin, I know you've always said it's very good, so maybe at some point I'll check that out. Yeah,
I never played the second one, but the first one's awesome. Wonderful Vita game as well, but available on other consoles as well. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, I think they've gotten EA's extracted maximum value out of that. It's also on their subscription service, I think. Some people are upset that Fallout 76, I think, is available because it's already available on Extra. So it's kind of like not a true free game. I also thought Fallout 76 was free to play. Am I just totally wrong about that, I guess? Why did I think
I don't know.
It's
the Elder Scrolls Online is free.
Right.
Oh, I thought they went free. I did think they went free to play. Like that was for some reason something that I thought was true. I guess not.
Yeah, who the hell knows? Who cares? All right. That's it.
Yeah.
PS Plus games. All right, let's get into 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience. We end each and every episode of Sacred Symbols with these from patreon.com/laststandmedia. Thank you for writing in. Use the thread that I put up each week. Guernica wrote in, said, "What's going on, my fellow broken gamer boys? My question today is this. What are your overall thoughts and feelings on current gamer culture? I've grown quite tired of the landscape. I deleted all social media and distanced myself from the general groupthink, and I've come to realize that it wasn't necessarily video games that I've been disappointed with lately, but instead the culture itself. How we talk about games, think about games, and generally consume them mindlessly without much reflection or appreciation for the design and creativity that goes into these projects. The culture has grown quite stagnant. YouTube regurgitates the same trite opinions, and Twitter gets stuck in a loop of repeating the same old tired topics and clout-chasing opinions, doomed to appeal to the algorithms of our collective misery. Has social media changed our brains and expectations? Are developers doomed to appeal to the lowest common denominator by developing games that appeal to the shortest attention spans and instant gratification that TikTok and Twitter brevity have seemed to cultivate? Examples, Aloy and Atreus giving us solutions before we can even think for ourselves. I'm 34 years old, but I feel like I'm 60-year-old man squinting at the heathens to get off my lawn because they can't seem to focus on anything deeper than a baby pool of memes and low-hanging fruit. Nothing has any real value anymore. There are exceptions. Am I just a broken, sad old man, or is there any relatability to this sentiment? Thank you, Gurnicle, for writing in. Certainly you're sad and old and broken. But so am I. So that's totally fine. I think that you're absolutely right. I think that there's something fucked about the way people the last few years especially have been interacting with each other, talking about anything. I don't think you were saying it's not related just to video games themselves, but to the culture of games. I say it's not limited to the culture of games, but the culture. It's like it's zany out there right now, to say the very least. And I know I've said this before, and it's like a broken. What am I trying to say? What is it when you say something over and over again? It's a broken record. What am I, fucking crazy?
Oh,
I don't understand what's wrong with me. But I don't mean to be like a broken record. But you got to get off of social media. Like, you got to do it. I don't think you don't have to read it, but stop participating in it. Stop giving fuel to the fires of this various middling conversation and use your time elsewhere. Like many things, the power to destroy this shit is within all of us. You just have to exercise that willpower. And for me personally, when I stopped posting on Twitter in the fall of 2021, it was hard for like a week. You want to say things, you're programmed over years to participate. And certainly we're all programmed in some ways, and we've all done it. I've certainly done it, of being flippant, aggravating, whatever, to get attention for your tweets and all of that. Sure. But after a little while, you unprogram yourself from it, and then it becomes this foreign thing that you can't even believe you were participating in at all. I really feel like part of it is that the solution rests within all of us. As far as the gaming conversations are concerned, I'm concerned that the conversation seems to be less about the games and more about other things. Like, I find it, and I'll say it over and over again, I do not care what anyone thinks about it. I find it perplexing that there is a Game Pass fan base, like a fan base that roots for Game Pass. It's equivalent to rooting for PlayStation Plus. That to me is like an example of losing the plot completely. Not only being in your own ecosystem, but then rooting for a subscription service. This is what we've come to. What about the games? That's what I want to talk about, and the business and the economy and the social and political aspects of games. But I feel like we've been talking so much about extraneous things that we don't talk enough about the games. And I know that I don't mean to pick on the Game Pass fan base as an example. It's just, what? You're excited about a subscription service that you don't control, that just gets whatever it gets. That to me is even a further step down than being a fan of a console, which some people even think is weird. I personally don't, but some people think it's weird that I'm like a big PlayStation fan or that I play PlayStation, you know? But so maybe I'm judging from a glass or, you know, my ivory tower. But I just feel like there's a lot of strangeness where I'm more interested in talking about God of War, the Callisto Protocol, Chained Echoes, Dead Space, etc. I feel like there's less of that. And when people do focus on that, it's to take the piss out of a game, to make fun of the game, to berate a game, or to overly celebrate games, which is also its own form of absurdity. But I do think that the situation is relatively broken. And I have to be honest with you, that's why places like this are doing well. Because it's fucking crazy. I mean, we're obviously unwell people, but there's something to it, right? And there's something to a more comprehensive, long form conversation that allows you to get all of that flippancy out, but also back it up with substance. And so the more that shit happens on social media, the more I think it benefits our show. And I was personally afraid when I disappeared off of social media with it, except for just like tweeting out links, that it was going to hurt us, but it doesn't. We've grown since then. If anything, my own flippancy on social media was hurting us. Right. So it's a good time to be self-reflective as well. Anyway, I've gone on and on. Chris, let's jump to you first. What do you think about Guernico's contention that the culture is broken?
I think it's funny because we're talking about this through the lens of video games. And I actually feel like video games, like the video game culture, I guess, if you want to put it in a term that's probably not really all that meaningful, I think it's actually one of the better aspects of what's going on right now. Like I feel like, I don't know, you go online and Kanye West is like praising Hitler and there's all this like weird shit that's still happening, by the way. It's like, it's not like it's like not some old, it's not like, oh, it was a moment in time. It was like, you know, and just like insane shit happening everywhere. I saw something recently where like some streamer was talking about like, you know, oh, what's the average salary? Like $100,000?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I saw that. Yeah.
And I was like, what?
Like,
who are these people?
Like,
and yet when we talk about video games, I'm like, I understand it is frustrating to see like these little design decisions like Aloy and Atreus kind of like constantly giving you the answer before you've even had a chance to even remotely think about what it is you want to do. And that's definitely like a symptom of focus testing and maybe, you know, an over-reliance on averages that maybe should be looked at. But ultimately, these are games that are very, very long. Like there's nothing TikTok about God of War. You know, there's nothing that leans into brevity there's nothing about Horizon that leans into brevity. In fact, you see things like Elden Ring that are like skyrocketing in success because people actually have a lot of patience. It's actually it's funny because I feel like it's actually one of the few mediums that are actually doing the opposite of what social media is kind of programming you to do. TikTok is all about like very short videos, very, very quick. Twitter is all about very, very snappy, very, very brief bits of information. And obviously like film is the same as it's always been. Although like you make arguments here and there about like what, maybe Marvel is probably like the best example of something that's maybe a little bit more leaning into the side of brevity in the sense that it's not as cerebral, but at the same time, like even through that lens, cinemas like the Marvel Cinematic Universe is a long thing. It requires a lot of patience to be able to get through all of that, and more than I even have, to be quite honest with you. So I actually feel like as far as this culture of you know, being programmed to pay attention to shorter and shorter things, have less and less patience, I actually think our medium is actually flourishing in that time, in this time, and in a way that probably is not equivalent for other places online.
I'm sorry, I muted. What did you think, Dustin?
So, I guess just to look at this in another way, just because his overall question was, what's the overall feeling on current gamer culture? And obviously we're tying a lot of social media into this, and that everybody, you know, regardless of social media, is looking for their identity. And in addition to that, the people that are their people, right? And so social media and the internet has been a double-edged sword in that it's allowed us to find one another, which has led to a lot of amazing things like this very company and our community. But the other side of it is that it also has enabled us to build barriers between people that aren't exactly like us. And tying back to the identity aspect is that we all have things that we like that become part of our identity, right? Like Chris loves Halo. I like Bloodborne and Elden Ring. Colin loves Mega Man. These are all totally fine things to take the things we like and kind of make them a part of ourselves. But with that, and I think that this getting into the problem is that people take these brands and IPs and make it everything that they are. And so if somebody doesn't like that thing, then that reads to a lot of people as they don't like you. And that's a problem if that's how you feel about these various things. And so, and it's also one of those things, if you lean too heavily into something that isn't you as your identity, and that thing either goes away or becomes something you don't like, then that's going to put you in a bad spot. So I guess to summarize is that it's okay to find your people and love the things that you love. Obviously, that's what we're doing right here. But in order to stay healthy, we can't let that be the only thing that defines us. And I think that is one of the major issues with gaming culture and the console wars and stuff like that. It's like there's just a lot more going on to put your energy into than that kind of fight.
Yeah, it's a lot more ubiquitous. I think it's all social media, to be honest with you. I think if we didn't have Twitter, like, I don't think it would be this way. Just straight up. Like, it used to be that something could happen and people weren't immediately putting it in. Like, I had this concept going in my head for a little bit about like the culture war conveyor belt, where like something will just happen, right? Just anything, just like a football player will like have like like some random heart palpitation or heart attack during a game. That literally just happened, right?
Right.
Okay, so it used to be that would just happen, and people would be like, "Wow, that's sad." Thoughts and prayers. And now it's like, all right, let me put it through the conveyor belt. And what is it? It's like, he's probably vaccinated, and that's why this happened. Yeah. So it's actually like, and it's just like, let's just fucking chill. And I feel like that doesn't stop at politics or anything else. It infiltrates games as well. So if something if I got a ton of heat for like liking High on Life on Twitter, like a crazy amount, like hundreds upon hundreds of quote tweets being like, "Oh, this isn't a unique voice," and I'm like, okay. I just thought it was cool. Like, I don't. Can we chill? Like, I don't understand. But I don't know.
I think
everybody unplug.
Well, I think that's important, and I also think it's the reality is that I guess it's different for different people, but we've all been doing this kind of stuff for a long time, and there's just about nothing you can say to me online that no one has said to me before, in terms of insulting me or being mean to me or anything like that. And you do kind of, it hurts when you see that kind of stuff, but you become more and more inoculated when you realize it has no bearing on your life at all. It reminds me a little bit of when like the games in media mob would come after me from time to time on social media. And then you look back and it's like half of them don't even have jobs anymore. It's like, it's really like just magnified noise that has nothing behind it. And I think if people see it as the puddle that it is, as opposed to the ocean, and that people are simply mining offense in order to offend you and get your eyeballs and your clicks and all of that, then we can become, I mean, it's like, remember when we were going after the people that were clipping our shows out and constantly misrepresenting what we're saying? It's good that we did that. And it's good that I went on that one show and kind of fought for us. But at the same time, I also realized over time, I can't control them. I can't control it. We had Dustin and I had a weird interaction with some dude from another show behind the scenes a couple months ago. And it's like, I basically put him in his place in the email I sent to him, and was just like, I don't know why you think that you can talk to me like this, you know? And then we're going to be like boys or friends, or I'm going to do shit with you or for you. It's like, get the fuck out of here. I don't need you. I don't give a fuck about you. You know, if you're going to treat me like that. And I think people just think that, especially creators, think that they can just do and say whatever they want, and then there are just no consequences for that, or people are not going to follow them or kind of peg them as a certain thing, which is why I've always tried to be as fair-minded as possible. It's not important to me that we get things right, because we get things wrong often. What's important to me is that people understand how we drew our conclusions. That's it. And I see a lot of just reductive nonsense online. And I also feel like a lot of people that talk about games don't really know very much about them. And so it's hard to talk about something when you don't know very much about it. You revert to culture war. You revert to things you know, safe things, instead of dissecting games for what they are. And so I think the problems are legion. I think, shit, man, I can go on and on about this. I think I think the death of the media has been a really bad problem because there is no standard anymore. Like when podcasts like ours are doing deep interviews with people and making news like I do on Sacred Symbols Plus, that's the shit that should be done on media sites, not our show. So everything is upside down and backwards. People don't know where to look for anything. They don't know where to find things. They don't know who to trust. It's tough out there. I think the best thing Elon Musk could have done for Twitter was to pull the fucking plug on it. I can't. I can't stand that I've become reliant on it as a news feed because I just don't know how else to get news anymore. I don't. And there's no better way to get news than on Twitter. But just
literally
don't participate. Just rise above it. Do people drive by and say shit to me all the time? And I used to love it because I used to fucking make examples of them. Why would I do that? Because I used to get 5,000 likes when I would do it. It's like but I can just not participate. I can just starve it of oxygen. I highly recommend it for everyone. But yeah, is the culture broken? Yes. Chris, I think you're absolutely right. It's so much broader than games. And in fact, games are kind of doing a lot of great things as opposed to other parts of the culture, which are just irredeemably fucked.
Yeah.
All right. That strong nerd wrote in, said, howdy y'all. What's up with the status of 6 Days in Fallujah? Was supposed to be released in December 2022, but nothing yet. Have any insider scoop about it? Well, I went and looked this up for you, that strong nerd. I was curious, when is the last time we heard about this? The game was not supposed to come out in December 2022. It was at some point supposed to be a 2022 game, but back in late summer, it was pushed to 2023. What's interesting is that there is nothing being written about this game since that period of time. There, in my research, I could find a few articles talking specifically about a 6 Days in Fallujah installation at the Imperial War Museum in London. And they're doing something regarding the game, and Victoria, the publisher, is doing something with a documentary and all of that. But as far as the game is concerned and like what the timing is, unclear. But still really looking forward to it. Wanted to answer that as a quick throwaway. Cams115 wrote in and said, hello, lads. Happy New Year to you all. This year, we have 2 highly anticipated remakes of beloved horror games coming out within a few months of one another. These are, of course, Dead Space and Resident Evil 4. I thought it would be a fun exercise for you guys to discuss which ones you think will perform the best critically and which you think will perform best commercially, and perhaps even compare the results to their original releases. Personally, I suspect RE4 Remake will outsell Dead Space, but I think it's anyone's game when it comes to critical reception. Dead Space launched with an 88 on Metacritic on PS3, while Resident Evil 4 holds a 96 on PS2 and GameCube. I can see the numbers being a lot closer this time around. What do you guys think? Cheers, boys, all the best.
Oh, man.
Thank you, Kamsa. Chris, it seems like you might have a little bit more of a problem answering this. I think it's obvious that Resident Evil 4 is going to be better, both critically and commercially.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I was like, I don't even think it's a contest. Personally, like I love Dead Space. Look, I think Dead Space as is actually better than Resident Evil 4. Personally, like I think it's a better horror game. I think it's a better third person. Even just as far as just like the horror elements of it, I think it's better in those aspects. However, Resident Evil 4 is very iconic, and I think it can only serve, and it's so campy, it's so like ridiculous that I can imagine somebody booting up even a brand spanking new beautiful looking version of Dead Space and maybe not getting it. Like I could see that. It's more niche because it is straight horror. Whereas Resident Evil 4 just has so much. Resident Evil in general has a lot to like about it. Just culture. It's just such it's such an attractive world, and it's just these characters are very, very. I can actually even see some design decisions that they're making with Dead Space Remake kind of like working again. Like I think they said something along the lines of they're making Isaac talk more or something, which I could see that being maybe a problem actually. And little things like that. I just feel like. I feel like it's going to be a lot easier for Resident Evil 4 to just clear this, even though Dead Space is probably going to be fucking great too.
All right.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I feel like the hype. Well, I don't know. There's definitely a lot of hype behind both of these games, but I think that the fact that Resident Evil 4 is riding in with Resident Evil 2 remake and 3 behind it, and the success of 7 and 8, I feel like that definitely is going to have an effect. As far as Dead Space, I mean, what we've seen looks fantastic, but it does still feel a little untested. Like I don't know. There seems to be a few, I don't want to say bad, but like Chris was saying, questionable decisions. So my money's on Resident Evil 4.
The other thing too to take into consideration is that Dead Space 1 as is still looks really good. Like, at least I think so. Like,
I just played it in 2020. It was awesome.
Yeah, like I don't think it's aged nearly as much. And so I feel like there's just generally less ground to cover when you're updating a game like that. Like Resident Evil 4, I still think plays pretty well, but it definitely plays way older. And it's definitely something that could be heavily uplifted by modern tech and modern hardware and modern software design and modern visuals. More so than Dead Space, which I feel like more or less kind of like this Dead Space remake looks like how I remember Dead Space looking, basically. Whereas Resident Evil 4 looks transformatively different. Resident Evil 4 is tattooed in my brain. I remember that game very, very vividly. And it just looks so much better than its predecessor, than Dead Space remakes looks. And again, that's not to shit on Dead Space remake. It's iterating on a piece of software that was already so good at a baseline that I just feel like any bells and whistles you add to it are going to be cool and they're going to be interesting, but it's not going to be this big, like, even just seeing like that chainsaw parry, man, in the Resident Evil 4 trailer, or just like little environmental details that they've added to that game, just looks really astounding. And I think they're both going to be great. I think they're both pretty solid, easy, high 8s to maybe even both of them getting into like mid 90s. I wouldn't be surprised by that necessarily, but I think if you were to compare them directly, I think Resident Evil 4 is going to come out on top, unless they botch it in some way that I can't fucking possibly foresee.
Doubt.
That's I think the outcome. Yeah,
Capcom's killing right now. Doubt it. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. RE4 remake is definitely going to sell more copies. Critical reception. Don't know. I think Dead Space is going to have some sort of ancillary benefit from being near Callisto Protocol, because Callisto Protocol is going to make Dead Space look even better. And that's no disrespect to Callisto Protocol. It's just that the games are being talked about in the same breath a lot. There's one's obviously spiritually imbibed with it. And so I think that Dead Space is going to really shine because it's going to obviously be great. I don't know how they're going to fuck that up, but it's true. Dead Space still holds up totally well. At least it did. I played it on PS3 early 2020 for knockback. Hadn't played it since it came out. I guess, what was it, 2008? And so it does hold up pretty well. I think it's on Unreal 2.x, if I'm not
something
mistaken.
Like that, yeah.
So pretty old. Okay. Oh, you know what? It wouldn't be on Unreal. It's an EA game. What engine is Dead Space on? I'm going to look. Dead Space. Okay. Oops. There we go. What the fuck is this shit? Oh, okay.
Is it a proprietary one?
No, it went to the wrong. It went to like the. It
says Visceral Engine, but I
don't see anything for it. Yeah, it's got to be something proprietary. EA wouldn't use Unreal. Okay. Let's move on. KB wrote in and said, "Hey gents, now that 2023 is officially underway, Herman Holst will now have been managing PlayStation Studios for 4 years. However, I don't believe we have yet to see any games he specifically has greenlit, as many of PS5's launch and launch window titles were clearly holdover games from the Shuhei days. I believe this year we'll see games announced from PlayStation Studios that can be clearly attributed to Holst, given that it's year 4. However, my question is this: what grade would you give Shu as a former head of PlayStation Studios? Shu has a lot of hits that PlayStation fans will be forever thankful for, like Uncharted, The Last of Us, Infamous, Ghost of Tsushima, and Horizon Zero Dawn, amongst many others, and the revitalization of God of War. However, he has also had a lot of misses as well, from numerous studio closures, the greenlighting of Dreams, and what can only be described as a failed attempt to get into multiplayer with games like Drawn to Death and Killstrain. What say you? Thanks. Well, I'll say this. My two opinions on this are as such. First of all, it's not all Shuhei or the first party people. You have to think about the executives that exist in that world too. The person that doesn't get talked about a lot, but that is incredibly important in Sony's first party, is a guy named Scott Rhodey. And if you don't know him, you should familiarize yourself with him. He's in charge of the internal studios themselves, like the operations of those studios. And I've had many conversations with him in the past. He is a decision maker and a broker there. So he has to get some credit. And I guess some of the blowback if things don't work out as well. However, Shuhei Yoshida's reign as the head of PlayStation Studios, I would consider a 10. I think that he basically saved PlayStation with a lot of the choices he made. And these choices were vital to legitimizing Sony's angle as a serious player in story-driven third-person action games. And that's their identity. And he is responsible for that. So I think Shuhei Yoshida is massively important. That's why I thought it was so weird that he was seemingly demoted. But I don't know. I still don't know if that's really true or not. You know, I have no idea. But it was weird that they're like, all right, Shuhei Yoshida, the man who oversaw PlayStation's most prolific time period of first-party content. Now we're going to put you on indie games. What? Either that's a choice that was made because they weren't happy with him. That was a choice they made for some other reason, or it was a choice he wanted where it's like, I don't want to travel as much. He has kids. It's like he used to live. I mean, imagine if you're the head of PlayStation Studios and you're located in Japan. That means only now Asobi and Polyphony would be your only domestic stops. Otherwise, you're living on an airplane going to Western Europe. You're going to California and the West Coast of the United States, and you're going to these other places. It's fucking annoying. Now you got to go to Canada. You know, great. I would love to have Shuhei on the show. I talk to him behind the scenes every so often. I don't think he really likes me that much anymore. I don't know for sure. A lot of Sony people don't.
He said our show is too long.
I know he did say that. But we were just talking before. Long form content is king, Shuhei Yoshida, and you're very welcome on the show if you ever want to be on. I know you do listen to it from time to time, but I personally think Shuhei Yoshida oversaw such a prolific part. Like how some people weren't around for that, but I don't know how you can be around for have been around for that generation and not understand that fundamentally. I'm not saying that's you, KB. I'm just saying we know who buttered the bread, in my opinion. Any thoughts here, Chris?
No, I mean, I feel like it's interesting because I do feel like he's largely responsible for for the upswing, but at the same time, I mean, this kind of thing happens though when the upswing kind of becomes the problem, where it's like, yes, he introduced this new thing that is now fundamentally PlayStation's core identity. However, now that is so fundamental to the core of their identity that it's difficult for them to branch out. And that's not necessarily his fault. That's like a problem with general kind of studio management and just general. And it's arguably even debatable if it's a problem at all. Like, I think it's a problem because for variety's sake, but at the same time, you know, these games are making a ton of money. God of War is how much did God of War make in like the opening is like something insane.
Yeah, God of War made
God of War,
and it
God
sold
of War Ragnarok. I'm talking about.
Ragnarok sold like 5 million copies in what was it 3 days, which would be equivalent to $350 million, I think, gross.
Yeah, so I mean, it's working for them, and it's clearly the right way to go from a business standpoint. So he knows what he's doing. Like he knows what to do, but at the same time, this is the era that I am technically I think least fond of overall. I mean, you could argue that the PS3 generation, I guess, was a little bit wishy-washy, but there was so much weird stuff too. You had Infamous, you had Resistance, you had like, you know, and Infamous was not Resistance, like not even close to the same type of game. You had, you know, even though PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale wasn't great, you know, it was like they were trying. And like, you know, I'm a big fan of video games in general, like whether they're not the greatest, like something like Lair, which was kind of terrible. The fact that Lair exists at all is interesting. You know, I think that's an interesting title. The fact that Uncharted came out at the time that it did is interesting. Warhawk was so weird to me. And I have a fondness for that weirdness as opposed to this kind of new identity that's been brought out of, you know, the Last of Us and the later Uncharted titles. But overall, I mean, it's clearly a good idea. It's clearly a good decision. It's put them basically at the top of the map. I think it's very difficult to argue that PlayStation is not at the top right now. You know, you could make different arguments about Game Pass or whatever, or maybe even, you know, Switch being a really dominant force. But at the same time, I know next to nobody who's talking about Switch, who's playing Switch. Switch is your Zelda machine, and you wait for. That's what I'm doing. I'm waiting for Zelda. That's all my Switch has done for the last 6 years is waited for Zelda. And I know I'm gonna be excited when Zelda comes out. It's gonna oh sick. Finally, I have a reason. But then the second I put it down, it's gonna be the Zelda machine again. I'm just gonna wait for the next Zelda, which will probably be on the next machine. So I
think you're in the extreme minority on that, though.
Do you think
for
so?
Switch owners and the amount of software they move.
I mean, you're right.
There are plenty of Switch owners
first party machine, right? Yeah.
Well, yeah, first party machine for sure.
You're right, but Switch. I'll put it this way: Switch is like the Switch is like Avatar to me, where like it's making a ton of money. But I don't know. I just simply have not spoken to a single soul who's talking about their Switch in any meaningful way. Like I don't know anybody, and I know a lot of different people. I have kids in my family who are like interested in video games. They have Switches. They're on their phones playing fucking Marvel Diablo Immortal or something. So it's tricky. I think obviously the Switch is like very, very successful, but as far as even just with Pokemon alone selling how many fucking some ungodly amount of units. But at the same time, look at how broken that game is. And I think that's what I mean. As far as like success and quality, I think PlayStation is at the top right now, and it's largely because of the changes made during that generation.
Yeah, Dustin, do you have anything you want to add? I will. Well, I'll let you add any of your thoughts before I exit.
I think that he did an amazing job, and I think, Colin, it was important that you brought up the context of when he was doing this job and how successful the PS4 generation was coming out of the PS3 generation. And a lot of that groundwork would have been laid in, I think it was 2008 when he became president. Yeah, here on Wikipedia it says May 2008.
2008 is when he became president. Yeah.
Yeah, so he laid the groundwork and he made it happen for an insane turnaround for the PlayStation brand. And yeah, there are definitely some missteps that KB brought up here, specifically whether it's like letting Dreams go for as long as it did, or think of something like I guess Last Guardian would have started before him. Or would that have been, what year was Last Guardian announced?
Oh my God.
Last Guardian would have been before Shuhei, because 2005 was when Shadow of the Colossus came out.
He saw something in it and kept it alive, which I think a lot of people are grateful for, myself included, but I don't know if that was the right business decision. So, but yeah, no one's going to have a perfect track record, but I totally agree. 10 out of 10 for sure.
Yeah, here's my kind of outside theory on what ended up happening with him is Shuhei, let me back up. Sony, it's obvious Sony at one time empowered individuals there to become characters and well-known media figures, and then they totally stopped doing it. And they basically, what happened? What happened? Gio was taken off, not doing anything anymore. Shuhei not doing anything anymore. You don't even see like Andrew House was doing less and less. You don't see very much of Jim Ryan even trying to become that character. I feel like they want to be a more buttoned up, grown up outfit now. And I think part of that comes with removing the power of these people within the ecosystem. Like, we would fake worship Yoshida on Podcast Beyond and on PS I Love You like he was like a deity. We had his picture in a picture frame on our set and like all these, and it was funny. And I think Sony, I don't know that everyone there got it. In fact, I'm sure that not everyone there got it. And I think that so my theory about it is that part of why he moved away was he was becoming like too gravitationally attractive, and they needed to get away from that. Because there's no one anymore. No one that talks. Who the fuck? What is it? The State of Play girl? Who is she?
Yeah. Well, what's funny about Jim Ryan is that they've kept him from becoming one of these characters, but that just means that we get to write the character that he is.
Exactly. Crying Jim.
So, Crying Jim, we have made the character.
He's like a silent protagonist. You just sort of like project whatever the hell you want onto him. That's hilarious. I love that premise.
Joe Hammond's
he's like those.
I'm sorry.
He's like those wooden dolls that you pose for drawings.
Oh yeah.
What are
like
those?
The ones that help you with your form and stuff.
Yeah.
My brother had one of those. Okay, Joe Hammonds. Let's get to you. Hey fellas, the recent coverage of DualSense Edge's controller sparked renewed complaints about the OG DualSense battery life. He's talking about this because the battery life is supposed to be even less on the DualSense Edge, which is insane. My question is simple. Do you put it on charge as soon as you see the battery warning, or do you keep playing? I think the issue has more to do with premature battery warning. I'll often go a couple of hours with a dead controller in quotes and only realize it when I turn the controller off or the console off. Ignore the warnings. Play those suckers till they're flat. You might be surprised how long they last. Take care. I am very persnickety about this shit. I don't like playing with controllers that don't have as much charge as possible. So even if I get up to go to the bathroom or like make something to eat, I'll just charge the controller when I get up for whatever it's worth. Because I hate seeing that little flashing icon. And then I'm worried about it. It's just the way I operate. So I don't play it to the edge. Do you guys ever, pardon the pun, do you guys ever let your controller just straight up die? I don't think that's ever really happened to me, as far as I know.
It has for me if I'm using it. Well, back when I used to use my controller when I was watching like Crunchyroll or something like that, like I wouldn't care if it was going to die. I eventually bought the remote, so I didn't have to use the controller anymore. But here's the thing. If you are really bothered, and I'm not talking to you, Colin, but in general, because I know this complaint about the controller battery life. If you are really bothered by the controller's battery life, you could afford a PS5. You can afford games. Buy the fucking dock. Just buy it. Like, I get it. The DualSense battery life, it's not as good, especially compared to like the Switch Pro controller. That thing will last forever. I get it. That it's not as good, but it's really not that big of a problem. Buy the dock. Just buy the dock. Plop it on there. And hey, like I said, you could afford the $500 for the PS5. Buy the dock and a second controller. And then if one starts to die, just swap it out. There you go. You know, it's just, I don't fully understand this issue because it's just easy for me to keep mine charged. It is unfortunate that DualSense Edge is slightly less, but as long as it fits on the dock, it's not a problem for me. I don't know. I'm not going to play a game for 8 hours straight. Like, there's going to be some kind of break where I could charge it again. So I don't know. I don't really understand it.
Yeah. In my recliner, I also have like a USB port and I can just plug in a cord and charge it if I really needed to. Chris, you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, I'll say this as someone who's a little bit more agnostic, who kind of plays on a variety of different things kind of all the time. I've been playing a lot of my Xbox lately because of the back compat, and that's where Bayonetta is for me. But I will say it is kind of bothersome. Like, I have two controllers of each specifically to avoid this problem, because I have one that's constantly charged, and then, you know, when one runs out, I just swap them. You know, that's typically how I deal with it. But I do play to the edge, and I notice how often I have to do it with the DualSense. And it is kind of annoying, like, to have, like, okay, you go 5 hours into a game. Like, I had to charge my controller, I think, maybe 4 or 5 hours into Callisto Protocol. And that to me is insane, because if I was playing Callisto Protocol on an Xbox controller, I wouldn't have had to recharge at all. I could have played that game like maybe like 4 or 5 times without having to even think about it. And so, like, it's not like the biggest deal. It's not like a universe. Oh man, I can't play this console because the battery life is too short. However, it is fucking annoying to have to swap out controllers like that, especially because, like, I don't know, for me, I just get like, this is a very first world problem, but like, just swapping to a new, fresh, cold controller, especially like if you're playing like something multiplayer oriented, if you're playing like Destiny competitive, or if you're like getting sweaty, there's something weird about that. I don't know what it is. It takes a while to warm up for me to a new to like a controller, and so I'd prefer to have that warm controller for as long as fucking humanly possible. They do have to work on the battery life. That is something that they really should work on. Because I do think there's, at the very least, like, at the very least, half of what the Xbox controller is, and I'd be happy, because that's more than enough, I think. But like, just, it's not that big of a problem. Like you said, just get a long cable, get a dock. I got a couch with a USB USB port in it, specifically so I could just charge it while I'm laying on the couch and not have this cord like going across the living room.
Yeah, there's a million different ways. I've even used an external like brick battery for my phone and just like I'm plugging this into my controller right now.
Yeah.
There's a million different ways you can ameliorate it. But yeah, they do need to work on it. I don't quite understand. One of the things that I've been more active about is because I watch YouTube on my PS5 because it's so easy to use the D-pad to get around and the X button to just search for things. And I watch Sunday Ticket and a few other things on my PS5 as well. And I've been trying to be more mindful if I'm watching like a movie to just shut the controller off, which is very easy to do. And then
did they fix that? Because I remember early on, I was having trouble because every time I'd be watching Netflix and then I would want to shut the controller off to save battery. And then I would bring up the menu and then bringing up the menu to shut the controller off would shut the controller off, but then the menu would go away and then like Netflix or whatever video app would be paused.
It certainly works on YouTube. I don't know for sure on Netflix, but it definitely, because YouTube is the one.
That was a fucking really irritating. I don't know if that's still a problem, then that's fucked. I don't use it. I don't use the PS5 for media specifically for that, but hopefully that's ameliorated. I know for YouTube it is because YouTube's wildly. I don't even think YouTube's app is elegant enough to even pick up on the fact that you're using anything that's not just baseline assumed by the app. You know how they start with that logo thing that Netflix has?
Oh yeah,
where it's like they have like a little sound now, and I'm like, do you really need this?
Dude, YouTube has like a deep bass now when you
it's like
it like rattles my fucking TV. I'm like, what the fuck? It's like you're starting up what was that like that sound company that was associated with like THX?
Yeah. THX.
Like just fucking rock everything.
It shakes your whole damn. If your TV is loud, it shakes your whole damn house. Especially if you have your volume oriented for games, which are just louder. So then you switch over to YouTube, and then it's fucking Jumanji going on.
It's insane. All right, let's move on to the final one here. This is a good one. Gatman20XX wrote in and said, "Hey fellas, hope your holidays were great. Thank you. This past year, did you guys discover anything new y'all liked about video games? New genre, mechanics, or new art designs? If not, any new interests or hobbies? Shout out to your new show, Constellation. It was a blast listening to y'all shoot the shit. Can't wait for future episodes and possibly new merch. We'll definitely get merch spun up for Constellation at some point. I'm sure of that. Dustin, let's go to you. Gatman has kind of two different questions. Did you discover anything about video games that you didn't like, that you liked this past year? And did you discover any new interests or hobbies over the past year?
I'm trying to think as far as gaming. I don't know if I really discovered anything new. I feel like this, like going in from last year to this year, I just really want to play more games overall. And Colin, I know this is something that you're taking a big initiative on as well, as just playing as much as possible, to the point where there's a bunch of either shows or anime or whatever that I want to watch or, read books or whatever. But I'm like, no, like I'm kind of content with gaming being my sole form of entertainment. Not that I'll never watch any shows or movies, but I'm perfectly happy making that my priority. I'm trying to think about new interests or hobbies. Might have to jump over to Chris while I'm thinking.
All right, Chris.
Sure.
Any answers here?
Well, I think Vampire Survivors is a big wake-up call for me because that was a game that I just like wrote off very, very immediately because I was just like, this looks so fucking ugly. This can't possibly appeal to me. And yet it totally does. It's totally amazing. And it's making me like kind of rethink some of the games that I might have missed out on. There's a lot of games that I appreciate the pixel art aesthetic from a distance. But even when I was younger, I found it hard to play just because it felt old. Not that it felt antiquated. I felt like, I could be playing newer things. But now that we've kind of, in my opinion, sort of plateaued in the visual department, I feel like you could make a game look photorealistic, and I don't know if I would care that much about it. Like, I don't know if that would really shift my perspective on like whether or not I valued that really all that highly. I'm kind of reevaluating things as far as that goes because of Vampire Survivors. I might want to go check out some games that I might have unfairly written off. I'm not sure exactly what those would be because I would have to go back and really extensively look at my entire history. But I know for a fact there are many of them that I that are very renowned that I think I mentioned earlier in December that I wanted to kind of jump into the like one of the older Final Fantasies. I think probably 6 is because that's the one I have like some memory of, but I put it down because again, it was just that aesthetic. I thought it was beautiful, but I found it hard to interact with for some reason. And now I feel like I'm a little bit more storied on that front. So that's definitely a realm that I want to get into. As far as new hobbies, no. I actually want to streamline. I want to take some hobbies out. I want to focus a little bit more on, I want to watch more movies because I caught up on so many like ridiculous movies that I wish I had seen ages ago. But have you guys seen Bullet Train, by the way?
No. Bullet Train.
I keep seeing on Netflix.
Bullet Train is ridiculous. It is so cool.
See, this is encouraging because I saw the reviews were really mixed, but I thought the trailers looked awesome. And movie reviews suck. Can we just put that out there that if you see something on Rotten Tomatoes or something like that, it's like movies are so subjective.
Yeah, totally. I mean, games are the same, but like I think Bullet Train is a fun fucking movie. And I watched Bullet Train. I finally caught Knives Out and Glass Onion, which are movies that I've been meaning to catch forever. Well, specifically Knives Out because I don't know, I just missed it. But that's a great one. I'm trying to watch at least 2 new movies that I haven't seen before a week, at the very least. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's more than
that's a lot, man. That's a lot.
So 2 new movies. I'm gonna try and work through at least 2 or 3 solid books this year. I'm really bad with books. I don't know what it is. Like I'm just like I start it and then I put it down and then I pick it up like 6 months later. So I'm gonna try and like at least 3 books this year. And video games, I just want to delve into some stuff that I might have written off, but no new hobbies. Just want to focus on music again. I have a goal that I want to just get a full EP. That'd
be fun.
Out by the end.
That'd be
awesome.
Year. You should do that.
Because it's just I've been meaning to do that for years, and I don't have the equipment now. But like I finally picked up. I brought equipment home from New York specifically. Like I packed. I got like a big empty suitcase and brought it with me, so I could just like bring all my music shit. So hopefully that'll happen.
Cool, man. Yeah, I think you have to be selective. I think and kind of use your time wisely. I've basically, to your point, Dustin. Just I already play an absurd amount of games, but I want to play more. And that's necessarily had to come at a sacrifice. Like I don't watch movies at all. And TV shows, I'm really just not doing it anymore. I watch a lot of like documentaries and crime shows and true crime stuff on YouTube and stuff when I'm just going to bed. But generally speaking, it's just a lot of video games. And it's disappointing because when I do select a TV show, for instance, we never watched Stranger Things and all the way through. So I started watching it again and it was good. And then I got to season 3 and I'm like, the season sucks. Like I cannot, it gets better, I can't stand it. And I heard season 4 is much better, but
yes.
Yeah. And then I started watching 1899, which people were gushing over. And I'm like, this show sucks. What? Like I actually was watching it being like, what are you all talking about? And it was canceled mercifully, so we'll never get a second season of it. But but people were talking about it like, this is amazing. This is amazing. Friend of the show, Arcane, I think, was one of them. And I watched it. I'm like, I got about halfway through, so 4 or 5 episodes. I'm like, I can't stand this anymore. I can't take it. I don't know what this is. I just can't take it. And so it's hard to find the great stuff too. But doing the best I can over here. I have to you have to do other things, manage your life, your social life, and obviously many things to do around the house and just your general life. So, but as far as new interests or hobbies, no, I've always been very much a Renaissance man, and I don't mean that as like a patting myself on the back. It's just I've been into a lot of different things like my whole life, and I try to maintain some foot in those different trenches as I can, but it's hard to do as I get older. And so, yeah, new interest in hobbies to the guys' points that they respectively made. It's like, I need to get rid of some things, just like I feel about friends, like, or people in your orbit. It's like, I got to people are like, I'm like, there's too many people. I can't even pay attention to the people that I really like and care about. I would love to spend more time with certain people, even you guys. And it's like, there's all these other people and we got to cut them. We got to cut them off first,
Right.
All right.
I thought of one
real quick
that's right.
that
is so obvious that I'm annoyed because I had to go look at the games. I have a list of all the games I played last year. And clearly it's retro stuff, which doesn't feel like a new thing, but it kind of is a new thing for me to go back to a lot of these games and also do collecting. Going to different events and stuff like that has been super awesome. There's one coming up actually here in Butler in a few weeks that I'm going to go to, hop back into that. So retro stuff, and the prices are going down, not significantly, but a little bit. Apparently the recession or the fake recession, whatever we're in right now, has taken a little hit on gaming.
All right, let's get the hell out of here. We've been going for over 4 hours. It's good to be back in form here in 2023. Happy New Year. That's it. To everyone out there, appreciate your love, kindness, and support of all Last Stand Media, Defining Duke, Sacred Symbols, Knockback, of course, Constellation. Subscribe on YouTube or on podcast services. Find us on YouTube. Merch, laststandmedia.store. I think that's basically it. Chris, you have any closing comments?
Oh no, man, I'm excited to eat because I've been eating a lot of. I've just been abusing myself with food when I was back home in New York, because it's a lot of home cooking, a lot of pizza. I had way too much pizza. I still want more, but now it's like, now that I'm back in West Coast territory, it's like, all right, burritos. Gonna inhale.
Hell yeah, dude. I do miss some of the food out there for sure. No doubt, from time to time. Dustin, closing comments.
It's good to be back. Excited for all the new things that we're doing. Excited to see everybody in Houston, of course. And earlier today I had the feeling like, what if we start recording? I feel like I suck at it from not recording for 2 weeks or something like that, and it's not a big deal.
I felt
we'll let the audience decide.
Exactly. I felt it's funny because I felt a little bit that way when we were recording Crisis Core. Like I felt rusty.
Yeah,
which is strange.
Exactly.
But no, this has been good. It's been good to be back with everyone and back into the swing of things. And we'll see you all next week, and of course for more Sacred Symbols Plus and all that as well. Until next time, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.